Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all well today. It's Thursday, and I'm excited to finally start. And now the end is near. Hey, 22. Welcome on in. I know I am excited for today. Oh, the classic one. Don't get to hear that as often. Base final curtain, my friend. Clear state my case when I'm certain I've lived my fully traveled highway. Did it my way. Wait a minute. Isn't that the damn song? Isn't that the damn song? Yes, all my stuff is at 16. All my stuff is at 69. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Oh my god, that was a lot of birds to come out of that tree. Yeah, I was like, why does that sound familiar? Yeah, I was like, I know that song, but from where? But yeah, the plan with this new series is to actually try and complete the entirety of the Bestiary, because one of the things that was mentioned about the next update is, of course, we're probably going to get new enemies, but if we can get it complete before then, it means we don't have to worry as much. But also, one thing Red mentioned in a post is, I'm surprised, after someone said, why is the Bestiary completion not an achievement? And he's like, you know what? I forgot about that. So I have a feeling that's going to be coming soon. Good luck. Oh yeah, that's why I'm starting this as a series, basically. A fun little series that definitely won't last anywhere near the amount of time that Stardew has. Hopefully. Because, I'm gonna be honest, the last time I killed the Dungeon Guardian was, God, when Journey Mode first came out. So, it's been a long time since I've actually killed the Dungeon Guardian. Also, it's weird not having to press my mouse button down now to do this. I just have a button on the side of my mouse to do it now because my new mouse, and it's super weird. Because I have 5 mouse buttons now, and it's weird. Because my new mouse has that as an ability. Oh my god. We don't have... Oh, we do have rope. Perfect. And of course, I'm doing master mode because I like suffering. But yeah, I'm actually really excited to do this challenge, and my plan is to actually, like, eventually, ow. But my plan is to eventually try and make our character look a lot different over time. You got my... You got mail? Ooh, fancy. I don't get mail often. Usually the only times I get mail is around my birthday when my cousins send me cards, and it's like, I try to remember to send a quick text of like thanks for the card, and sometimes I just completely forget. I'll be the first to admit I wish I didn't forget sometimes, but I do. God, you feel so slow at the beginning of the game again, but I'm used to it. At this point, I'm quite used to it. But yeah, one of the things I recently have been doing off stream in a personal thing. Um and I mentioned it last stream too, because I forgot to mention it earlier in the year. In the week. I started doing another Ori playthrough by myself so I could get the achievements I'm missing. one of which being beat under 4 hours and the 1 life challenge, as well as no spending Spirit Light or no using shards. And I believe the last ones I had left last I checked was without dying, um, without spending Spirit Light, because maps count, and I didn't know at the time, but, also, I believe the last one was beating the spider boss without getting hit, and I hate it, because I suck already when it comes to, like, I can't deal with spiders. I mean, that's pretty well known at this point. So it just made it way worse for me. Really want to inflict much stuffing on yourself, play Legendary mode. Well, the thing is, if I play Legendary mode, we can't get every enemy. That's the issue. Because, in those worlds, every enemy doesn't spawn. Otherwise, I would have done Legendary mode just for the sake of it, because it's not the first time I beat it. I beat it on the Zenith Seed already. Like, I've beaten the Zenith Seed. But yeah, the main reason I didn't do Legendary mode is because I just can't get every enemy, which sucks. God, I'm so used to pressing different buttons at this point. I have a, oh, it's slow. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty piss poor. Oh, we'll put that there. I got bombs and shurikens. Fun fact, I actually never have beaten Terraria as a ranger. I just have never, like, done it. That's, like, the only class I've never beaten Terraria with, because I just never have. Da, 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 da. And I know it surprises some people when I mention it, but it's just because I never have cared to play Ranger, I guess? It's just one of those things that it's like, huh, I'm surprised I haven't done it. But then I remember I also am really a bad shot. Come on, hit. Damn it. At least I can lower the slimes down. There we go. I'm playing the long game. Because now they are trapped down here. But yeah, I actually quite like this game, and it's nice to kind of come back to it after a while. It's nice to always revisit games like this, in my opinion. Gotta dig up so they can't get out. And absolutely destroy me. Copper, health. Here. Ow. Yeah, that's usually about how it goes. Ooh, it's getting to nighttime. Do, 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 do. It's nice to actually play this again. 100% Terraria. Oh, wait, I can't imagine. Because I've done that. Oh, yeah, I've done it too. This is, like, one of the only things I haven't done other than, like, get every journey mode, unlock. Which, in all honesty, I don't know if I would want to do that for my own sanity, but also because, well, I mean, even as a builder, it's like, why would I want to unlock every single thing and suffer like that? Because I don't use half of the stuff in this game sometimes, because it's just like, well, why use it? Like, that's usually how I look at it. The fact that I am just now crafting a workbench. Then I need a chair. Actually, I'm gonna switch these two around. Because that should be nice. Then I can make... God, I'm so used to the Stardew thing where you can just boom, 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 boom at this point. Then I got my chest. Chains. I know I have enough. There it is, sawmill. And then from here, I can make a loom. And a keg. Boom, loads of crafting stations already. Because I'm crazy like that. I could make some dirt bombs, but no. Let's at least get some basic armor. God, it's been so long, and it's nice to finally play this game again. God damn it. I got like a really piss poor one. Well, I'll take the wooden hammer, because I know I'm gonna use that. Hey, Ziggy. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, the microwaves has no coins in the name. What am I gonna do? It's not like I have a lot of gold ore. Yeah, that's about right. I'm definitely gonna want a campfire. I think for now I'm gonna put it there. I keep doing that. I keep pressing tab, thinking we're, like, my brain going to Ori. Bum bum, ba bum bum. Wait a minute, did I make this even or odd? Okay, so it's even. So... literally, the chest is the perfect middle. Perfect. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. And then I can just put the campfire here for now. I keep pressing the wrong button just instinctively. Gonna spend $4 after Amazon payment goes through. Oof. I'm changing this back to my normal. It's too brain breaking for me because I've done it for so long. My brain just instantly is like, no, this feels weird. Do 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 do. I will say the sound of it gets loud. I'm turning the ambience and the music down just a bit. That's one of the things about Terraria. The music's great. 2, 3. But it can be pretty loud. Do. There we go. Yeah, look at all of this already. We're getting a lot of stuff. That guy got absolutely fucked instantly. Heat wave may finally be over ya. Well, I hope it is, because I know the feeling. I hate heat waves, and I think most of us can agree on that. Heat waves fucking suck. Do. God, you never realize how slow some of this stuff is at the beginning until you start doing it again. It's honestly kind of crazy. It just shows how much you get used to it. But yeah, I found out on my new PC that, earlier that, yeah, all the worlds for my laptop aren't here, so this is basically the first world on this PC, so that's going to be interesting. The first world on this PC is going to be crazy. It also means we can make this world whatever we want to be, and it will be in forever ingrained into this world and this thing, because I don't delete the first world, preferably, because I like to keep it as a memory type thing. So that's going to be interesting. You're playing a game called Zenless Zone Zero, found what looks like a hot wolf guy and would say smash. You know what? That's fair. That's very fair, honestly. Oh, and there goes another slime. I don't know if I'm going to play, like, a specific class or not in this playthrough as, like, my main class. Like, I don't know what I would play, but I think I'm going to just go straight, like, mixed for this. I don't know. Who knows? I don't. I didn't think of a way out of here. Okay, now I can... And then I can... So now I can basically start setting my stuff down here where I actually prefer it to be. Because this is the type of stuff I like to do. I like to set my stuff up pretty combined like this. You're shitting in my walls? Not again. What have I told you about that? It stinks. Okay. And then... God, I keep pressing tab! I have gotten so used to so many other games' control systems that I'm at this point now. So here's what I'm gonna... There we go. Now I can actually put this in like a nice little order and stuff. Then I can... Boom. Easy. And I can make sure that I get a few other things done. Like making a table. Also, the Hot Wolf guy's name is Von Lycon. Okay, that's really on the nose. I'm sorry, but that is so on the nose that it's just like, really? Like, that is beyond on the nose, honestly. It puts on the nose on a whole new level, honestly. It makes on the nose seem less on the nose. It's that on the nose. There we go. I'm definitely gonna run out, but... the good part is at least I am getting this nice and good looking. Oh wow, I had just enough for that. I could make another chest, but I feel like I'm fine without doing that. I'm gonna put the ores and gems in here for now. Honestly, I'm just gonna do this temporarily. I want to put those into there. This into here. Oh yeah, and I need to make 2 doors. Perfect. Already looked them up in Google. I found what could say some interesting results. Are you really surprised though? like, that's the real question. Are you truly surprised? Because I'm not. We all know how horny furries get over hot wolf guys like that. Yep. First death! Woohoo! No, not really. Alls it takes is one look at E6 and it's like, you're not really surprised? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because that's my thought. I'm not really surprised either. Well, those guys are going to be in my house now. Let's just lead them away a bit. Might as well. I will say one of the hardest things that it's going to be one of the things that's going to be the hardest to get is the angry dandelion. If you know the enemy I'm talking about, because it's rare. Okay, let's see. The fact that this is slow and still does less, yeah. I can deal more DPS like this. Come on, zombie. Here we go again. This is gonna be a long day. We're gonna need graves anyway. Because we need the graves, because I want to put a few down so we can get Abigail's flower. Because if we can get Abigail's flower, that's gonna be great. Up, and here comes a big slime. Let's go this way. Because, like, we can look at our map. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Just, yeah, we can go down there. We could, I'd say we go up and over for now. I think that's just gonna do more good for us. Also, I could totally make, like, a thing coming off this cliff. My brain looks at this stuff and just thinks, ooh, I could build with this. That's something about games like this, is whenever you can build, my brain always thinks, okay, how can I build with the resources available and possible resources? Because I know this is a Crimson world, because the tree is red, so I know, kind of crazy. Oh, well, there went whatever that was. The good thing is, if I remember correctly, we don't need to, like, get really, really lucky to find the Golden Strider, anymore, which is the rarest enemy. If I remember correctly, it just will give the golden stuff even if you see the normal one, like, if I open up my bestiary. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that's gonna suck, then. I don't know, like, fully how... a butler in Zenless Zero. Is that the guy with the eye patch I've been seeing, people simp over, in my recommended? Like the eye-patched white wolf. Because if so, then I know exactly what you're... Yes, I'm not surprised. Ow. I'm not surprised. The reason I know about it is because I saw the one buff pop clip where she got it first try, and then, oh my lord. Oh my god. Furries are their own breed of just chaos. I both love and hate it. But yeah, the main plans for this is we're also gonna... Oh my god, it turned off auto swing. No, this is staying on, because it helps with my frickin' fingers. Because I do not need to get carpal tunnel. I don't need to be the next person in my family to get it. Oop, balloon slime. Bonk. Yeah, I'm actually, like, really excited because I know once we get, like, the merchant and stuff, we can collect a lot more, too. We're gonna have to bridge over the desert, but I'm fine with that. And cactus armor doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. Oh yeah, smash for sure. I can definitely agree with that for the character. Very much a smash. I can totally see that. There are just some characters out there that just radiate smashable energy. I mean, if you look at it, Pokemon's been doing it for years. I wouldn't be surprised if they purposefully do it because there's always at least one per generation ever since like Gen 3. So honestly, it's very possible that they purposely do it at this point. Can't hit me while I'm below you, can you little shit? Yeah, there are a lot of, like, smashable mons out there. I know this weekend I'm gonna be tuning into one of my streamers, one of the streamers I watch his stream because they're doing a 24-hour stream. And they start after I get done with my stuff on Saturday, so I'm like, yes! So I'm gonna be up that whole night for 24 hours, most likely, knowing me. You know, I'd probably pass out halfway through and then wake up and be like, are you fucking serious? Really? We're not we're not even in. We haven't been playing this world any more than 30 minutes. What the hell? It's been one night. This is the fastest I have seen a sandstorm happen in a world. Like, what in the hell? I mean, I love the sandstorm music. Do 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 do. Bow, bow, bow. Like, the desert has some of the best music in the game, in my opinion, of, like, any of the biomes. Like, and then don't get me started on the underground one. You've seen Faster day one. I mean, mind you, we also just got to the desert too, so... Jesus. Like, ooh, Wormbin. Nope. Keep your loot goblin's hands together, Kayas. We need to keep exploring the surface. The fact that I have to talk myself out of doing that type of stuff sometimes says enough. I will admit, I am a very loot goblin-esque. Oh my god, another desert. This is gonna be so annoying going through just because of the sands. Oh, yep, here they come. Actually, this is good as long as they don't overwhelm us because we can actually, like, kill them and get some of our bestiary completion. Because once we get the zoologist, we'll be able to get a lot for our bestiary completion as well, like actual mounts. NPCs are important for bestiary completion. Stuff like that is super important. Oh great, Crimson Desert. Come on. And we know where the underground desert is too, so that's good. I mean, it was a big hole this time. It's always either a big hole or you just can't find it for the life of you because it's so, like, it always feels that way. Wow, wow. I mean, the good part about getting this is, one thing we can do is we can actually make, like, a banner room. So, like, we have a trophy room, but with banners. You think that could be cool? Just like instead of the normal trophy room, it's just banners. I think that could be really fun as a little side mission, is to get that. Also, there's a good chance this is the side that has the, dungeon on it. If we see the snow biome, then it means we're going to the dungeon. Ow. Bro just went and just blasted me out of the world. The sandstorm makes it so hard to traverse that way. Well, that's another to add to the list. Because we're going to also need graveyard enemies too, actually. So it's not a bad thing we're actually, like, getting this stuff. Also, I completely forgot to attach this. Wait. Warding? Holy shit, that's actually great. I didn't even notice that. I'm actually glad we got that. Zombie. Slime. Whatever you are. Oh my god, you're a monster. You killed a bird. Went from 0 coins to 200 coins. Oof. That sucks. I feel like the thing that's going to be the hardest are not only the rare enemies, but the NPCs. Specifically the slime NPCs. Great. So we have Crimson right next to our house. Yay. The worst part is if they keep going and don't despawn, they're going to end up at my house and just start a whole killing chamber. But yeah, if we open our bestiary, yeah, look at this. We're getting a lot done already. But let's start with getting some walls in. As well as another chair and table. A chable, as one might. Don't ask why I called it a chable. It's a long story. God damn it, I threw it out. But yeah, the whole point is to get these NPCs in. Of course, we're gonna get the guide. I want to get the demolitionist. I want to get the nurse. I want to get each of the NPCs. And eventually build, like, the housing and stuff for the different areas, because that's going to be important. It's just going to take some time. I will say, one thing we can do tonight in-game that's going to be nice is we can start the elevator. Yeah, like that. And, like, I'll decorate these houses and stuff more once I actually get everything I need. Because obviously I need more stone. I need a lot more of just a bunch of different resources. But once I do, then we're gonna be golden. I want this. I can put this away for now. So let's take blocks. Let's just loot everything and just put gems and ore in here. And chains, sure. And then deposit the rest into here. Temporarily. I'm also going to put bombs in my inventory and the recall potions. Ooh, perfect. Because then we can hopefully, if we're lucky, get the demolitionist. Also, I'm taking these because I always forget what we can do is just boom and easy. At least now that we have NPC housing, it should be a lot easier. So that's a plus. But yeah, I've never really taken on this challenge to do the bestiary completion. It's one of the challenges I've been meaning to do for a long time that I just never got to. So it's nice to finally get to it. Wada. I know, people are going to be excited about what's going to be replacing Ori on the list. Because, let's just say I have something really fun planned. A game that I have been recommended for a long-ass time, and this is gonna hurt. Oh yeah, I forget I can do that. I always forget I have this ability. I could just... Eh. Easy. Oh my god, here come two more. Just wait till I get the horseshoe. Oh yeah, that's gonna be great. Once I get the horseshoe. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. I love the horseshoe in this game. I want to try and, like, do a bunch in this, because I know one of the things we're gonna have to do is farming. We're gonna have to do a lot of farming of stuff, as well as, stuff like beat the Dungeon Guardian. We could do, or we could just beat Skeletron. But I feel like in the spirit of the challenge, we should try and beat the Dungeon Guardian. Just for the hell of it. What do you think? Think that'd be fun? Because in the spirit of the challenge, I think it would be worth it to do it. Plus, we can just keep the pet as our pet. That would be our pet for the rest of the run, most likely. Who knows? Because, I mean, I've never really... I haven't done it in a long time. So it's not like I would... So I definitely need... It's not like I haven't done it before. But it would also be kind of cool. Because, I mean, most people don't even have the pet anyway, because who goes out of their way to kill the Dungeon Guardian? Not many people. Usually crazy people, honestly. And I am very much a crazy person. The good part is at least we're going to start getting some ores by making this elevator. And what I want to eventually do is actually, like, make it so the elevator has, like, walls and stuff before we go to hard mode. Because before we go to hard mode, we're going to want to make sure we kill certain enemies, because there are certain enemies that don't spawn in hard mode. Or are less likely to spawn in hard mode. While other enemies are more likely to spawn in hard mode, such as things like the Nymph. But Tim, good luck finding him in hard mode. You might, but you're more likely to find a rune wizard, for example. And we need to kill like 50 Tims. Then we have the Dread Nautilus, which we need to kill so many times. And that's one of those things that a lot of people forget about when it comes to this challenge is enemies like those, where there's like, you forget that they exist, or you see them as a boss, in the case of a Dread Nautilus. Or the fact that the squids the Dread Nautilus spawns, those have their own separate thing. Yeah, that's gonna suck. But we'll probably get it by farming Dread Nautilus anyway, so that's a plus. Doesn't mean it's not gonna suck, though. That's for sure. And I see that light over there, but part of me is worried it's not gonna be fun. Oh my god, that's our light. That means we were right next to this rail track the whole time. And one of the nice things about rail tracks is there's always gonna be something. It's practically guaranteed, honestly. Though it is nice, like, looking at the stuff now, because I remember early Terraria and stuff. And it's kind of crazy. Also, did you hear that Minecraft is doing a thing for the MCC champions this year? For this coming month for like I think it and you can get like a special cape on Bedrock. It's kind of crazy. There's also a lot of stuff I didn't know were bugs until recently in Minecraft. On the bug tracker because of course the newest snapshot was released without bundles and people were like, why no bundles? And then you read the snapshot and realize, wait, what the fuck? That was an issue? Yeah, that one of the issues a lot of people didn't notice that I found so funny. Um, surprise, surprise, was with console. It's always console. Has anyone else noticed that? It's always console. Or console. But, it would basically completely just... There's just a low random chance that you would just go, oh, good luck, breaks. And the fact that that is an issue on console says enough. Oh, and more zombies. You know, I should really seal that off. One day. I will say one of the biggest and most annoying projects that we're probably going to have to deal with is going to be the project to actually do stuff. So this is 35, this is 35. Fast speed, very fast speed. So it's... Yeah, mine is better. There we go. Now we actually got some more stuff. And I will keep this on me. Hello, owl. Because once we get the merchant too... Also, did I ever check if this was suitable? Yes. Okay, do I have any extra platforms? 2. Because I am going to do this and check if it's suitable. Because I don't remember if this is suitable or not. Yes, meaning that one I need a table and share. So I need to turn this into planks again. And boom. Now we actually have 2 NPC homes. Extra. So we should be able to make sure that we at least get something good out of it. And we can grab some more of these. My bowels were unplugged. Does that mean I was constipated? Does that mean the Terrarian was constipated? These are real questions I have. Because if that means the Terraria was constipated the whole time until then, it makes you wonder, is that why the Terrarian doesn't poop much? Until, like, they get the well-fed debuff? Because now I have a... Now that's a question I need to ask. Like, my own curiosity won't stop me from asking that. And I hate that it won't, but it makes me more curious. What the fuck? I mean, it's a genuine question! I mean, if my bowels were unplugged, that means they were plugged to begin with. So the Terrarian's constipated. I don't get what there's not to understand. These are things to think about now. Next up, you go onto the YouTube and I've uploaded a non-VOD and it's just me going into like the whole thing of the reason the Terrarian is constipated or something and why the certain things happen. Honestly, that could make a funny ass video, but now I'm just curious. In all honesty, that means the Terrarium most likely is constipated. And I want to know how constipated. Ooh! Like always. Train track always leads to this stuff. Ooh, a butterfly thing. And a painting. Hermes boots! And they're angry. Don't forget your angry eyes. Life crystal number 1. I mean, even then, I don't know why you would possibly be surprised that this is something I've said on stream either. Because I've said way weirder shit on stream. Just to remind you. I say way weirder shit sometimes. Just remember, your streamer is a lot weirder in person. Almost 100% of the time, like... Okay, there we go. Now look at that. Okay. What? That actually scared me for a moment. I thought I was a goner. Wow. And the good part is at least we can get a bunch of iron and stuff, so that's good. Maybe get a silver pickaxe if we're lucky. Uh-oh. Well, but thank God we get the thorns effect with the cactus armor too. Fun fact, it actually stacks with the thorns potion. Apparently. Which really makes you think. Huh. There we go. More silver. Oh, that's platinum actually, so we got a platinum world. Nice, nice. Oh, there's another bat. It just got itself killed there. Okay. So let's just... Did I accidentally just save my ass there? From, like, getting a way worse fate? There we go. Now we can actually get this. It's gonna take a bit to mine, but it's worth it. Oh, there was water there. I like how this... Oop, merchant! Hell yeah. We're gonna need these dart traps anyway for the future, so... Might as well. Because the dart traps we can use for farms and stuff. So that we can just farm out some of the more annoying mobs, like the dryads, the stone gull... Not dryads, the nymphs. And the stone golems are gonna be so painful. But this is gonna make it so much easier. Also, you ever think about random things in history that are just like, oh my god, that makes so much more sense now? For like stuff like that. Because I recently saw a thing where someone went on about it was someone going on about Roman mythology. And there was a specific thing that stuck out to me because I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot about that. And it was the story of Zeus turning the one guy into a wolf. And I just thought to myself, maybe that's part of where the more normal werewolf we see nowadays came from. Like, for all we know, that could be part of it. I know it's only a theory. Oh, there's a worm. Wait, can we get a fart? Can we get a whoopee cushion? I want a fart. Give me the fart. That sounds so wrong. I sound so weird saying some of the stuff I do out loud. Yet it doesn't stop me from still saying it for some reason. Oh, I didn't even notice it for a sec there. By the way, I can't wait till we get a frickin' grappling hook. There we go. Because once we get a grappling hook, that's going to be so nice. Because then we don't need to rely wholly on this. Wow. Wow. Do we really want to do this slime? I really don't think you want to do this slime. The piranha is more of a threat than the slimes at this point. I'm just happy that the thorns effect exists on the cactus armor now. Because if it didn't, we'd be dead by now, almost certainly. I will say, there's a reason I don't usually do hardcore stuff in games, like the one life challenges. And that's because I fucking suck. And I will admit it, I suck absolute balls at that type of stuff. And I'll be the first to admit it, that I am not good at stuff like hardcore, etc. And I don't care. If I suck, I suck. That's how I see it. Doesn't stop me from trying it at least sometimes. Oh god. Is that a... No, it's not a spider biome. But... honestly, I wouldn't be mad if it was, because if it had a chest in there, not only could we get a hook, but we could also possibly get the stylist. And that's a free bestiary point, because NPC. Also, yeah, we've gotten the merchant and the guide, so we still can get one more person. So that's a plus. We can still get one more NPC. I hope it's the demolitionist. We have 12 goldness? Oh, we got the nurse. We do need to build in the desert anyway, so we can move the nurse there and stuff. Oh yeah, look at all this ore. Because we're gonna need buckets and stuff as well. Want to make sure we have everything we need for everything, basically. I saw a video where it was like, who would win Terrarian or the Lamb from Cult of the Lamb, and my only thought was, let's be honest here, let's say they were complete neutral parties to each other at the beginning, the Terrarian would totally just try to kill the Lamb just to see what it drops, almost 100%. Like, that was my first thought. Just to see if it drops anything, and if it doesn't, he'd just be like, well, not worth it, and just go back to their day, and it's just like, I could totally see that being, what happens. Because that's basically what the Terrarian does. They want to they get stronger and stronger. They're basically neutral to everything and don't really care. At least not that much. And it's honestly kind of a funny thought, the fact that, of all things, because the Terrarian kills gods, basically. The Moon Lord is basically Cthulhu, which is a whole other issue in it entirely. Which does bring me to a thought of something that a lot of people don't remember the word of, the ineffable, which is basically incomprehensible. So like things like eldritch horrors, where it can only be described by what it's not. And honestly, I love stuff like that. It's so cool. And we got what we wanted. Web Slinger. Grappling hook. That's the only reason I want a spider biome ever in Terraria. Unless it is modded. Because at least in Thorium, um, you can get this, one, uh, what's it? The one accessory, the spider egg, I think it was? Or something, which can be turned into the crystal scorpion, which is like a really good summon item because it affects your summon damage. Doesn't mean I like the whole stuff behind it, but it's better than nothing, honestly. And the summon damage is good on that. Makes me want to play Thorium again, honestly. Haven't played Thorium in years now, feels like. Honestly, I don't know. When was the last time I played Thorium? So that was back... It was before 1.4, so yeah, that would be a few years ago. Because I haven't played Thorium since. So yeah, it's been a while. I know one of the things is that I've kind of learned a lot about, especially with the the ineffable, is it's probably one of the best story devices ever. Um, that I've just wanted to use. Just because you can describe what it's not, and it just leaves that internal, like, tension. And I could totally see that being a fun storytelling, opportunity for D&D. Because it can really just absolutely horrify your players. Because it's, like, incomprehensible to them. You can only say what it's not, and then it's this... Because it's not something of this world, or something is off about it. It's hard to describe. Like, Cthulhu, every depiction we see, no matter what, compared to what it's meant to be, the ineffable, it's nowhere near what it should probably be. Okay, so this would be right here. Okay, good. I am making sure. Because I do want to, like, learn more about stuff like the ineffable and storytelling opportunities like that, because it's cool. Being able to try all these different story techniques and styles, learning the different things that people find interesting, stuff like that's cool. And we're talking about Cthulhu. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the ineffable. Because I went on about, because I started a thing where it's like, because I saw a thing about the Terrarian versus the Lamb from Cult of the Lamb. And my first thought was the Terrarian just would kill the Lamb just to see if they drop loot, and if they didn't drop loot, they'd just be like, not worth my time. Because that's totally what the Terrarian would try to do, because the Terrarian has basically killed Cthulhu in terms with the Moon Lord. And multiple of Cthulhu's eyes, brains, etc. So it's not like the Terrarian hasn't fought gods before. Like, the Terrarian fights gods for breakfast sometimes, or parts of gods. Which really makes you think about the true power of the Terrarian. Because they're basically a neutral party that just keeps getting stronger and stronger, and it's like this grind where they're neutral to everything and will just attack something and mainly kill it if it gets them stronger. And if it does good or bad, they don't really care much. Because that's one of the things you can definitely count on in the Terrarian. Because if they weren't a neutral party, they would react more to, like, certain things. And if it does good or bad, it definitely seems like they don't care much. So it definitely adds to that whole... They're probably just neutral. They're basically the neutral evil party. Terrarian versus Kirby. The thing is, as soon as the thing is, the Terrarian's power doesn't come from themselves. So Kirby would probably only get so much power from the Terrarian. Because the Terrarian's power comes from a mixture of their style of fighting, yeah, but also their weapons and accessories. So it honestly could be pretty balanced if it weren't for the fact that Kirby is also the embodiment of all good. And is literally a god as well, too. So it's like... Because we know that Kirby is basically a black hole for anything. And it's very likely that Kirby would just eat them, and it'd be over. Unless we're going by the Smash rules where it just gets pooped out the back, so it's not an insta-kill. Because then we also gotta ask, okay, what powers does Kirby have access to as well as the Terrarian? Like, because my guess is it would be the max power they can get. Which makes sense. Then we have to question for Kirby. Which version of Kirby? The old version? The new version? With all the copy abilities or without? The one that is in Star Allies that basically can summon friends to their disposal? Or just basic Kirby? Or are we talking about the other Kirby that, for some godforsaken reason, killed an Eldritch... Like, Kirby kills an Eldritch Abomination in every game, basically, practically. So I could totally see them going toe-to-toe and Kirby coming out on top, purely due to experience. I could see Kirby coming out on top due to experience. Because if you think about it, it makes sense they would come out on top due to experience. Ow. That's a lot of gold. Because Kirby has way more experience with that type of stuff, too. So that's probably the one thing that would make them better. Because experience can make or break a lot of stuff. I need to go back and grab that gold. Really? So I need to go all the way down there. Ow. And I could just mine that way. Make my life easier. We can mine down to that sand area and then just boom, boom, boom. Or we can just mine all the way down. Either way, I'm okay with it. But yeah, like, I feel like the Terrarian would put up a good fight, but Kirby would probably win. Because Kirby is basically net, like, pure positive energy as well. So, if Kirby acts basically would be like a town NPC in terms of its positive energy, it means the Terrarian can only use the Flyblade and rotten eggs, as well as, like, traps to kill it. Meaning, Kirby would basically be invincible to the Terrarian. But let's say it's like a normal boss. It would be way more fair. But Kirby would still come out on top. Especially if it could take copy abilities from the accessories the Terrarian has. Oh dear God. And depending what type of Terrarian, too. Like, if it's a summoner, I feel like Kirby would have a bit of difficulty, but would be able to copy abilities from the summons, like the Terra Prisma. It would probably give Kirby a sword ability that's just a bit more strengthened. Um, I imagine things like the spider would give the web ability for Kirby. Um, the the Sanguine Staff, I could totally see giving the beam ability for Kirby. Daggers would probably also give the sword ability. And this is accounting that it's just going to be the same abilities we know in Kirby. Though Dagger could, the Magic Blades could also give the Porcupine one, where it shoots out the spikes all around Kirby. The Frost Hydra would turn into ice. The Imp would become Fire Kirby. The bees, I could see just being something that Kirby eats and doesn't gain an ability. Seeing that the closest thing to that in Kirby doesn't give an ability when you eat it. Um, the bird would give the wind power up. The frogs, honestly, is there a frog in Kirby? Because I don't know. I'd have to look. Um, because there's a few powers that maybe could be added to that. The snowflakes would probably be ice. The Hondiashutius would be the beam power up. I mean, obviously. Um, where are we now? Hmm. But like, then you also have to take in the thing like the flame burst would be fire. The ballista, I'm trying to think. Does it would probably be the gun power up, the ranger power up for Kirby. The mine would be the detonation ability for Kirby. The lightning aura would be lightning for Kirby. Um, Summon would basically give Kirby access to so many abilities, it would overwhelm the Terrarian. Magic, because it can summon those rain clouds, it would give water to, Kirby, which is a pretty good ability for just, like, versatility. Um, but Kirby is able to get rid of the abilities whenever they want. Um, and then if Kirby can get affected by those, life things that summon from the Nebula set, which I believe, I don't remember if it can only affect the Terrarian or if it can affect other players. But if it can, Kirby just is gonna just beat Terrarian into a pulp. Melee, I feel like Kirby would have a bit more trouble, but Kirby would probably find a way to suck up the damn shield or break the shield easily, since it doesn't block damage, really. Ranger would have probably the best chance of any of them, but would still not do too well because Kirby is known to be able to do some insane stuff. I think it's kind of crazy the fact that like we're looking at this from multiple angles and Kirby somehow is still like winning because we also have to take in the copy abilities. Because I imagine with the Ranger, it'd give the range ability, and Melee, it'd give the sword ability. Magic would probably give the beam ability if it sucked up the terrain. Summoner would probably give no ability, but would still give abilities surely from their summons. God, it's crazy the fact that no matter which way we go about it, the Terrarian is just fucked. Poor Terrarian. I need this stuff. And then I can put this in here. I can make platinum bars. What do I need to make a pickaxe? Do I need more wood? Because if so, that's kind of awkward. But yeah, like I feel like the Terrarian would not stand up to Kirby, sadly. Even if I want it to, it wouldn't. Kirby is just too powerful. And that's just the sad truth of it. Which is a shame, but doesn't mean the Terraria can't win in other ways. Because that kind of falls onto Terraria, on the thing of, like, Kirby is just inherently overpowered already. So it's not like it's anything new for him. That's the main thing. Okay, 25. Okay, I don't have enough for full silver. I can make the better hammer and axe. Forceful and silver, just boom. And then boom. I always forget I can do this. But yeah, Kirby is definitely powerful. And I think that's what makes Kirby terrifying. And I'd love to see more of Kirby and stuff and other, like, things similar. But I just feel like they would not hold up anywhere near as well as we'd think. And that's our biggest issue. But, nonetheless, it doesn't mean we can't still. Yeah, no matter what, Kirby just wins. And that's just the sad truth, because with the Terrarian, let's say it's a multi-class, and be nice for the Terrarian. They get multi-class all the abilities of all the classes. They still lose because Kirby absolutely fucks them with summons. Let's say they learn and don't use summons. Kirby gets the magic abilities. Because Kirby can do that. And no matter what they stop trying to do, it's always going to lead back to Ranger as the best option against Kirby. And Kirby still wins. And that's just the sad truth of it. And I think that says more about Kirby as a character than anything else. The fact that Kirby is that inherently broken. I always forget the umbrella. But it is so useful. Remember when we used to get horseshoes all the time from below? Yeah, that was something. Are you fucking serious? I just want to get my gold. How close down am I? Yeah, look at this. I just need to get over. But yeah. Another one, I feel like one that would be a fair fight is Terrarian versus Minecraft. And one of the things is, I saw a video where someone actually was trying to do it, but they kept nerfing the, and like, they didn't want to make it seem like they were favoring Terrarian, because they make Terraria content as well. So they kept nerfing it beyond what it should be. Like, making the gold different weights for both of them for some godforsaken reason. And even then, the Terrarian still won in the weight category. Like, in all reality, it all kind of just happened. Okay, we have enough of a graveyard now. But yeah, no matter what, the Terrarian just has so much more on the mind, like in terms of strength. But as soon as it goes to creative mode, yeah, you can't beat Steve. Not easily. Because I can't think of really any Terraria enemy that is invincible. Except maybe, of course, the True Eyes of Cthulhu. But even then, I'm quite sure they can be absolutely destroyed by entity limits. If I remember correctly. Dear God. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye. Like, oh my good God. Let's just mine here. But yeah, there's a lot of things we could ask about, like, where the Terrarian would succeed and fail against certain creatures and characters. But a lot of the Terrarian's strength, especially late game, that Zenith helps a lot, surely because it goes through defense for a lot of things as well. Um, certain types of builds just do really well against certain, like, for example, with Kirby, Ranger does amazingly, but I imagine with, like, the Lamb, the Summoner would probably do a lot better. Because you basically have the numbers on someone with summons that are controlled sheerly through their rod. Sorry. But, like, stuff like that is probably the main thing that truly lets the Terrarian win in a lot of circumstances, is their versatility. Because versatility is so important in battles, like... Oh, God. How am I gonna do this? Die, apparently. Put on the wrong side of the grass? I've never seen that one before. But that's one of the things about a lot of the characters is you gotta look at, like, versatility, how strong they are with their versatility. Stuff like that is important. Also, I definitely need to sort my chests eventually. I just keep forgetting to. I'm hoping we can get Abigail's flower, though. That'd be nice. But yeah, I feel like with a lot of the stuff, you just gotta ask yourself, okay, where do they have their strengths? Like, for example, put Pokemon together. And let's say we're going by their lore, on which legendary would win. Okay, we need to ask what their lore says. Okay, this Pokemon has a glaring weakness, or this Pokemon doesn't have a glaring weakness, unlike this Pokemon. It's one of those types of things where you just gotta ask, like, what big weaknesses are for, like, insert character or insert thing. Because that's gonna be important. Hello, Walter. Walter! Goodbye, our forest pylon. And we can put these away. Okay. Now to do some sorting. You know, I'm just gonna loot all. Okay, so I'm gonna put the blocks in here. So placeables. There we go. No, I'm gonna put this one up. And I could put the sand and detonator in here. This one I will put potion stuff, consumables, stuff like that. And then this last one will just be boom. And eventually I do want to get like a way, way, way better one, but that's a future me problem. Also, I want to do this real quick because I want to make this place look nicer. Also means I'm going to need a bunch of these. But yeah, I want to like make more custom stuff for these guys. I love doing builds in this game. It's one of my favorite things to do. And you'll see that as I go along. That when I do certain types of builds, I do them in certain ways that are just like, huh, interesting for some people. I just prefer to make things look nice. It's just who I am as a person, honestly. Like to make things look nice. For my sanity. One. Actually, I'm gonna want one more. I would use lead because that looks better usually, but I don't have lead in this world, so. There we go. Oh, great. Well, nice. Now I can actually start doing more with this. Also, I hate that this door keeps getting left open. Let's see. Any good things I can make with some of these blocks? Could make some glass. I could make some brick. I don't get to use that often. I love some of the blocks in this game. I mean, boop. So what I'm gonna do is... Okay, so I could do it like that. But I would say like about here, I do up. Yeah, kind of like that, so I can better angle it. Okay, so... Also, since I accidentally keep pressing G, I might as well just turn this back to G. Because I always overshoot or undershoot. Okay, so... 8... Ah! 6. Perfect. Because I just want to make sure I actually have stuff. There we go. I'd love to see more stuff like, comparing certain characters, like strengths and weaknesses. I'd love to see more of that. Same thing with, like, in Pokemon. Because I know when people see, for example, Eternatus, a lot of people think it's gonna win every battle against most legendaries. But, like, oh, but it needed the power of, Zacian and Zamazenta to defeat it. It took two people and a Zacian and Zamazenta to beat it. Yeah, but that's also not really that clear on like where Zacian and Zamazenta have any other strengths, like in terms of legendary status, because like Dialga and Palkia are literally the gods of time and in space. So it's kind of hard to compare. And then you got Reshiram and Zekrom, who are part of the original dragon. And you gotta ask yourself, okay, are we going to consider lore as well? Because I know I've seen it before, where people are like, oh, Unova would get absolutely destroyed by Galar with Max Eternatus. But it's like, well, technically it'd just be normal Eternatus, most likely. But, yeah, I still think about some of that stuff, like, uh, have they seen how actually broken some of the stuff in Unova can be? There's a reason that Volcarona and Amoonguss are still used to this day. It's because they're good. I know, crazy. Like, Amoonguss is still used to this day because of its access to things like Rage Powder, Spore. Like, stuff like that is what truly makes Amoonguss such a threat in, like, the competitive scene. And Volcarona, even though it's been outclassed in a lot of ways, it still is able to find some niches um, for sweeping potential, even in the new games. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget about with Unova is, yeah, there may be some stinkers to some people, like design-wise or just in terms of strength, but never underestimate like the sheer power of some of them. Like, oh dear God, I have. It was not fun. I think what I'm gonna do is like, but yeah, oh, I'm trying to hammer it with a fucking axe. But yeah, I've seen how strong a lot of those Mon can be firsthand, and it's honestly kind of crazy. I mean, Amoonguss was able to beat Urshifu and win a freaking entire thing out of pure chance with so much luck and so much power at the same time, and it's insane. But even then, Urshifu still has its limits. Even if it's a very broken Mon to begin with. Every Mon has its limits, every Mon has its strengths, every Mon has its weaknesses. And that's just kind of how it is. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is right now. But yeah, I've seen how strong some of those Mon can be now compared to like when they first came out. Like Hydreigon was a deadly threat in competitive for a long time. By a long time, I mean the entirety of Gen 5 until Fairy type was added. Then it just got absolutely bonked because it's quad weakness to Fairy. And now Fairy is a mainstay. And that's one of the things that really just screws over some Mon too, is typing. But never underestimate that stuff. I have seen what happens when you underestimate some of those things. I have seen many of people lose championship and stuff because of some of those Mon, just because they got unlucky or because completely outplayed. And that's one of the things that's really scary, is how easily that is possible with some of these Mon. Also, I'm thinking about moving this graveyard. I know this is probably going to summon some stuff, so yep, there it is. Here it comes. Eventually what I want to do is make a house in a graveyard so that we can get graveyard drops from people. Because we're going to need stuff like the Dryad's Corrupt Seeds, for example, from graveyard stuff. Because that's going to be important. Sorry, tree sapling. Like, I want to do more of the stuff. Like, I'd love to, if I could somehow make it a thing, I'd totally do a thing where I go over a bunch of, like, strengths and weaknesses of Pokemon in their lore and in-game, and then go over, like, who would have the best chance of winning between, like, Pokemon 1 or Pokemon 2. Who would be the best suited for this or this, like... And I think that's one of the coolest possibilities. Because it adds a lot of, like, interest into some of the Mon when you actually get to see, like, okay, this is how strong they actually are. Because there's a lot of Mon that get forgotten about that are stronger than they look. Um, like, one of which I can think of off the top of my head, like, that's been banned, too, because of how dangerous it was, is Wobbuffet. The thing that can only counter in Mirror Coat and Destiny Bond. Yeah, that thing, because of Shadow Tag and all of, like, the stuff that happened with it, it got banned, in Smogon tier. And I think that says a lot about how scary it is. Because, and there's some Mon that literally, like, gimmick Mon that are useful to certain extents, like Shedinja. It made a lot more strength plays against, like, Kyogre and stuff. Because it was just a really good counter for Kyogre in a lot of ways. And another one that's really good. I mean, you can't go in the competitive scene without hearing about Incineroar. Dear God, Incineroar. Ever since it got Intimidate as a hidden ability and shit like that, it's only become more and more of a threat in the meta. Because that Intimidate really boosts its power. Because it gets stuff like Parting Shot, Fake Out, Knockoff. It's bulky, and it's Fire Dark type, so it's not weak to Fairy. And it has two types that are really good. It's immune to Psychic, and it has several moves that it can learn that are just useful. Parting Shot's great for just weakening the enemy more than you already do. It can get U-turn as well as many other things, and then Intimidate lowers the attack. And, like, Arcanine used to be really good for that, but Incineroar is just the better Arcanine because it gets that immunity, plus being more bulky and also having way more possibilities with it. It's just way better. That's why a lot more people use Incineroar nowadays. Look, one of the many reasons, honestly. Incineroar is just really goated in competitive. Like a bunch of other mon. Like Rillaboom, for example, is another starter that's been really strong because of its hidden ability Grassy Surge mixed with the move Grassy Glide, which becomes priority in Grassy Surge. Then it gets stuff like Knockoff and Fake Out, so like some utility moves. You can see that there are some good utility mon out there too. But in a vacuum, those two mons, if you're doing just by themselves, aren't as good. Hell, you look at the legendary mons and you think, oh, they're legendaries, they must be good. It wasn't until Zamazenta got nerfed that it became good. Zacian got completely, absolutely destroyed out of it. But Zamazenta got one thing that made it so much stronger, even with the nerf, and that was Body Press, which uses your defense stat, and it being a hugely defensive mon, it basically became absolute just death for anything that isn't Ghost in some cases. And then whenever it comes in for the first time, it gets a defense buff, which increases the damage potential. And as you can imagine, that stacks up a lot. Or the fact that Miraidon is really good, only due to the fact that most people, like the main reason is most people have been preparing for Calyrex Shadow, for example, which is absolutely broken, restricted mon, that honestly I am surprised it didn't get fucking nerfed. But it's like, because people are trying to counter that threat, not as many people were countering for stuff to a certain extent, and Pokemon like Fluttermane that were good against Miraidon get absolutely destroyed by the frickin' Hadron Engine electric terrain boosted, as well as choice specs boosted Discharge, for example, which if it hits only, which if you put a ground type like Garchomp, for example, out, it's immune, so it doesn't count that damage, and it's spread between two Pokemon. But let's say it's let's say Fluttermane's the only one on the field, it's just gonna destroy it, even if it's not the strongest, because of it, the stab, the choice specs, etc. That does a lot of damage, and that's kind of what makes it strong. Is the ability to get through that type of stuff sheerly because its own power. That's what makes some of those mon way stronger than others. I think I might put the desert one here. I don't know. Let's get past the Crimson and then we'll kind of look and see. Because I want to make a place for the next NPCs as well. And then underground, I think I'm going to just do in Hell. Because I feel like that's just going to be more useful. But, like, there's a lot that are forgotten about in terms of Pokemon and their power. And there are some that are just absolutely broken. And I'd love to see more like the calculations of like lore base too, because the Pokedex is absolutely insane. Like Chestnut, for example, can literally like break tanks in half and survive like atomic bombs with its defenses naturally, which is scary. And then you get Mon like frickin' Magikarp, which you wouldn't expect to be crazy, but it can jump like really, really high to a point where it jumps like, God, I believe it can jump over mountains, if I remember correctly, is what the Pokedex mentions. Yeah, I know it makes no sense, but that's Pokemon for you. And I feel like that adds a whole new level to the oh dear God factor. Because it really makes you think about, okay, how deadly are these things then? Also, I totally forgot I could make a platinum sword, can't I? This is gonna be way stronger. Oh my god, I got legendary. Well then, I did not expect that today. But yeah, like, I'd love to see more Pokemon and stuff. And people, like, doing that stuff, because it'd be fun. I'd also like to see people actually, like, compare the strength of certain, like, Mario enemies and stuff, too. Because I'd like to know who the strongest, like, characters are. Because I imagine, like, some of those Mario enemies are absolutely insane as well. For example, like, think about how strong some of them could be compared to, like, I don't know, um, Terraria enemies. Which enemies would be stronger? Probably Terraria enemies. But, like, then you got stuff like Legend of Zelda where you gotta question, okay, really, who is stronger? Because who knows? Because you'd have to do so many calculations and stuff, and you need to find similarities to go off those calculations, like, okay, this sword is mentioned to be made of this, and this monster dies in this many hits by this type of sword in both games. So it deals this much damage on average, and let's give it the strongest and weakest multipliers. And see, like, for that they can get in each game. And then, like, it'd be stuff like that where you have to, like, question that stuff. Because that's probably some of the only stuff you can do to truly, like, be able to tell. So that's why whenever people do that type of stuff, I gotta give them a lot of credit for the amount of time and effort that goes into that. Come on, slime. Bonk. I will say that this platinum broadsword we got is doing numbers. I'm definitely gonna want to clear out the walls for the spider biome eventually, but that's a future me problem. Boom. 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 And we got Hermie boots with Hasty. Hermes boots, baby. Okay, so this would be like here. Yep, perfect. Yeah, I know that, like, when we make this elevator fully, I want to make the walls, I want to make it so things don't spread past it. Because that's going to be important for our own sanity. And then I want to, like, do a bunch of stuff with that, but that's a future problem. I know, some of the stuff I do want to try. Um, because I feel like it would be worth it to try and kill the Dungeon Guardian eventually. Because, yeah, we get it for beating Skeletron. But I feel like it would be a fun challenge. That's one thing I do want to do. I just don't know how to do it. It's been so long. So I'll probably need to do research on that one. I know you can do it with, like, minecarts and stuff. I just don't remember the design that well. And I need to look to make sure I can get the exact amount of blocks so I don't get absolutely destroyed. And I know I'd need, like, I believe the mini shark is the best one at this stage of the game. So we'll need to go to the Crimson, get the Undertaker, get the Arms Dealer, etc., etc. But I feel like if we're gonna do it, we're gonna probably want a range set. So we're probably gonna want to go to the desert first. So that's another thing to keep on our list. So we kind of got to just think, okay, what do we need specifically? We need to go to the desert. We need to get minecart tracks, which easier said than done. But we know where a minecart thing is, but I don't know how many tracks we're going to need. Then we're going to need a mini shark, so we're going to need bombs. We got those. Then we're going to need to go to the Crimson, survive, get the Undertaker and the balls. And then from there, we're going to have to... God, it's going to be a long, arduous process. But it's going to be worth it, in my opinion. And boom. No, I don't want it there. Because I don't want to block the tunnel, preferably. Any more than I already have accidentally. Or purposefully. But yeah, I'd love to see... Oh! Thanks for the follow, Blue Fosno. Welcome on into the labyrinth. Hope you are having a wonderful day. But yeah, I want to do some of the old stuff I haven't done in a long time like that. It'd be so much fun. Because I haven't really completed a bestiary in this game, and I know I've wanted to do it for long enough. But it's definitely going to be difficult. Because we got to be careful about the mobs that don't spawn once it's hard mode, like, or are just going to get absolutely overcapped by other mobs, like Tim and the Rune Wizard. We're going to need to farm Tim out before hard mode, preferably, so we don't get absolutely screwed over by Rune Wizards, which will take up most of that spawn for Tim. Then we also need to keep him... Oh, and there go the glow sticks. I really need to get some gills potions. It'd be nice if I could get some out of chests, honestly. Make my life easier. Is that gills? No, that's just water walking. How do you join the Discord? So the Discord, you should be able to just press the Discord message, where it says Discord, and it should, lead you to the link, but if not, ! Discord in the chat. We have a lovely community there, and maybe you'll make some new friends. Who's to say? Woohoo! Okay. There we go. Yeah, because I know, for me, I love playing games like this, and I know with the stuff I do outside, of this, like, I feel like after you do enough art for people, you start to figure out what certain, people want. And it's gotten me to get good ideas for builds in Minecraft and Terraria at this point. Like, you design enough stuff, you deal with it, but with, like, this stuff, it helps me come up with ideas, honestly, whenever I'm at, like, doing that stuff for work. It gets boring, I will admit. Especially when you're in the monotonous grind of, oh dear God, this is not a good design decision, but you know the people won't listen. Because I've had that more than once. I know, God. I would say the worst design I've had to... It's hard to choose the worst design I've had to do. But there was one that just clashed so badly, but they wanted it those specific colors, and I'm like, I could do lighter and darker, etc. to at least help, but they wouldn't hear it and they wanted it in the neon colors, and I'm just like, oh great, because it just clashed so bad. But of course, yeah, it's. I've seen some. Oh, it threw bones at me. God damn it. But yeah, I've seen enough of those disaster type ideas. And as an artist, I know for me, I've had to gently do stuff like, hey, this not a good idea, but I can give a suggestion on something you could try, and it definitely helps, that's for sure. I've gotten some people to change their mind about their awful decisions. Oh my good god. Some of them were abhorrent in the way of like, oh my god, what are you doing? Because I've seen some good ones and I've seen some bad ones. Okay, so this is like, I'll put traps and statues in this one for now. Eventually I want to get like an entire chess house and stuff where I can put all my chests and stuff. I think that'd be a good idea. But that's a sorting episode thing. Or an off-stream sorting thing. That's probably the most I would do is like an off-stream thing where I just sort. Be the worst I do. Even then though, um, I know I was working on a project earlier this week, and oh my good god. They wanted a very weird, specific design, but I get why they wanted it. It makes sense for the thing they were doing. It was just one of those things of, oh, that's not gonna look nice, but I understand. So I was at least able to find a way around that by helping them make it look more presentable. And I know with some of the stuff I can't talk much about like the designs compared to others due to certain contracts, certain things, and it's a bunch of just annoying stuff. And there's some that I can talk about, like some of it is like once it releases for them, I can talk about it. Others are more lenient or less lenient. Really depends. But I found some joy in some of it. Even if it can be annoying at times, I do enjoy doing it. Being able to do art for people is nice. It's one of the things I've actually enjoyed a lot about just doing it and getting paid and stuff. Though it stopped me from doing like commissions as much because I just don't have the time. It's still fun to do. I definitely want to one day do commissions again, hopefully. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But I know I enjoy doing art. And yeah, I know around fall is when they usually ramp up a lot because we got to get our Halloween designs done. And also Christmas designs. Because they usually do both at once for some godforsaken reason. Because why the fuck not? Which just means the orders get so much more confusing. Of course, I can get around certain things. Do you play with viewers or prefer single? I usually do single player. Um, that's usually what I do. If I ever were to play multiplayer, it'd be with my friends most likely at this point. I know eventually I want to play with viewers, but that's a future issue for me. I know right now, I'm doing the challenge thing of trying to do the bestiary, and it's been pretty painful. I'll say that for sure. It's been painful. Okay, so I need to be careful about this lava. And I think I know exactly what I want to do. I got some bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Then I can put a torch here. Ouch. One, one, two. There we go. That should hopefully break through. Yes. Oh, and I burned. I didn't even realize I was that low. Well, at least I became a well-done steak. That's a plus. I hope I taste good, at least. Because if I don't, that wouldn't be fun. Gotta hope you at least taste good if you're becoming a well-done steak. Because if you don't, then it's just like, oh, dang. Oh, no, that was the wrong side. I want it on this side, preferably. Oh, boy. Here we go again. Yeah, I want to make sure we don't die, but also that we can see. Because that's important. And... no. Yeah, I need to make more. And... ow. I was ground into sad meat. You know what? That's about right. That's about right for my luck. Okay. Yeah, this is my luck in a nutshell with these things. We might as well start getting the rope going. Because I do want to make, like, the second layer, I feel like. Oh, I didn't even notice this one was off. And then we'll just, boom. And just slowly get this going down. No, don't jump, red squirrel, no! There we go. Yeah, because I feel like the hardest part of this is going to be the later thing of clearing out the area around it so we can make it so nothing can pass through it. In terms of corruption and stuff. Because I do not need the crimson going and spreading through the entire world, preferably. Because that would suck. Very much. Because I already have bad enough luck with the crimson. I don't need worse luck. You know, I really don't know what I have worse luck with, the crimson or the corruption. I mean, with the corruption, I usually end up falling to my death. But with the crimson, I usually end up getting absolutely destroyed by the enemies. So it's kind of a good balance. I wonder. Do you think, because I've been working on a design, for a, specifically a roller skating rink shirt, because they are working on shirts for their employees, and I haven't gone to the place, but I've heard that it has, like, really good, music taste, so I might actually talk to them about it. I could, depending on what they want, like, because I know businesses are good about, like, we need a way to set, I thought I asked some help, did such challenge. Is it really hard? Like, need to fish rare monsters before reaching hard mode after Planetary? So, the thing that's hard about this challenge is you need to kill at least 50 of each of the creatures, that aren't, like, friendly creatures. So, like, this, I need to kill 50 of them to get the banner, at least. Bosses, you only need to kill one of, except for Dread Nautilus, which is a mini-boss, technically. But some of the enemies are really rare, and other enemies only spawn in pre-hard mode, or are more likely to spawn in pre-hard mode due to less stuff. So, it gets very difficult, because there was a point in the past where Dungeon Guardian, you had to kill it to 50 times, or at least once, I believe. But now you just need to kill Skeletron. But the thing about Dungeon Guardian is it one-shots you if it hits you. They've done a lot of changes with it, but I know I want to still kill it because it gives you a special pet. It's a little Easter egg thing for if you can manage to do it. Um, you basically get a bunch of like cool shit in terms of just the pet. It's just bragging rights pet, basically. Even then, it's still pretty cool. Like, this is probably one of the most dangerous areas, but we're gonna need to do a lot of farming here in both hard mode and pre-hard mode. Because you're more likely to find Tim, for example, which is a rare enemy that only spawns at certain levels in the world in pre-hard mode compared to the same creature, Rune Wizard, which is the same stuff, except it overtakes Tim in terms of possible spawns. Meaning to find Tim in hard mode is a lot harder than a Rune Wizard. So it's better to look while it's pre-hard mode so I can get the banner. Because every 50 you get a banner. So I'm going to also make a little banner room as like a mini trophy room. Skeletron still one-hits if past nighttime. Oh yeah, Skeletron still does that. Same for Empress of Light, same for the for Skeletron Prime. Yeah, it's still about crazy as that. But you get used to it, I guess. I mean, it's not like I haven't beat Empress in the daytime my fair few of times. At least in my laptop stuff, because I know since switching to this PC, I don't have any of my old Terraria worlds. They're all on my laptop, so I'd have to like transfer all that. But honestly, I'm fine with starting over with worlds. Empress at least gives you loot for the extra risk. Oh yeah, at least the Empress gives the loot. Like, my favorite class is Summoner, and I suck at Ranger. So like, it's the one class I just never have beaten the game with. And I'm just like, I know when the next update comes out, I definitely want to do... Oh, hi, Golfer. I actually need you. Because I need to get a lot of stuff if I want to do this. Because, even these little larvae right here, I need to kill. Because if I, open the best bestiary... Yeah, gold squirrel, gold goldfish, gold bird, gold butterfly, stink bug, gold worm, firefly. Like, if there is a golden version of the mob and you get like a certain amount, I think it's like I think if you, is it kill based? It might be based on if you accidentally kill one or not, or if you accidentally see one without realizing. I don't know the full thing with the gold stuff because I know it's like, ow. I was hoping it'd go the other way, but it didn't. It depends if it gets it. But the hardest is the golden water strider. And I'm just hoping that I don't need to find one because that thing is so rare that it's like nearly impossible. So it's gonna be hellish. Weird first time ended the game. It was Ranger, could finish it on Master though. Never had time when I tried to play with friends. I always kind of dipped. Yeah, I've only had one friend that hasn't dipped on me with that, and that would be my friend Nate. Which is what he goes by even now. Um, ooh, traveling merchant. Completely distracted. And I remember we started on normal, then we did expert mode, and he's like, Jesus, this is hard. And I'm like, ha ha ha, you wish. It only gets worse. I don't have enough for the two. Shit. Because I would totally love to get these, but I can't yet. Oh, couldn't? Ah. Yeah, I've beaten the game on Legendary mode because I am a nerd. I have beaten the Zenith Seed, I've done that type of stuff. Partially because I'm a bit of a sucker for pain, I guess. I don't know why I did it. even to this day, other than just for challenge. Moonlord's attack pattern in the Zenith Seeds still haunts me. Oh dear God, the damn boulders. And they're gonna make that a legendary mode exclusive soon, next update. So that you also get it in For the Worthy. Yay! Thankfully, I don't need to catch every fish, but I'm probably going to end up catching a lot of fish because we're going to need to farm out rare enemies like stone golems and nymphs and stuff like that. So we're going to probably end up either fishing a lot or getting a lot of money from the farming. So that's one of the things about it, at least. Like, eventually I'm going to need to go through here. I'm going to need to make a corruption biome. Um, then take out all the corrupt enemies on the surface and underground. So what I might do is take one of these crimsons in hard mode after I get the seeds from the dryad, and possibly the purple solution I believe I can get from a graveyard biome and the steampunker. I'm basically gonna take those and I'm gonna transform a huge bit into corruption, because that's the only way you're gonna get a corrupt mimic in the world too. So like I'll need to get lucky. Ooh, Wanda sparking. And it's deadly. Ooh, aglet. I will take that. Now I just need one more thing and I can get the lightning boots in the future. But yeah, like there's a lot of stuff in this game that as soon as you get to a certain point, you're just like, yeah. You did complete Master Moonlord before, but it won't count because I played it with my OP friend. Think single world master is around cultists. Just made a huge plant room to start farming a lot of flowers. Oh yeah, buffs are some of the most important thing. And you might find me crazy for saying this. Summoner is surprisingly OP against Moonlord if you know what you're doing. Because if you know how to whip stack, you're basically golden against most bosses. Because you can stack those attack speed buffs, you can attack the damage and crit modifiers for your summons. I know one of the things they mentioned about the new update is not only are we going to get new whips, some stuff, I believe the hollowed set is going to be whipped focused as well as the tiki set. So like the more defensive sets will be have some stuff for whips as well. There also is going to be a new chlorophyte helmet for what looks to be summoner is our guess. There's going to be boulder rain, literal shit boulders. I wish I was joking. As well as other stuff. Never know what you're doing and you're confused after killing bosses and ask yourself how the hell I managed to do that. Oh yeah, I've had those moments. And I've kind of learned over time how to get over some of that stuff and get better with some of the bosses. Like, for example, I used to absolutely suck at some of the bosses, but I've gotten a lot better. I would say the boss that has given me the most trouble in the past would be, unironically, the Twins and Destroyer. But also, like, Skeletron Prime has been the one that usually I'm the best at compared to the others, because even if I do, like, certain things, I just have so much more trouble with the other two. Like, unironically, even with the cheesy strats and stuff for Destroyer, I always end up having more trouble with Destroyer than the other mechanical bosses. And I think that's just one of those things where there's just gonna be some bosses you just are gonna suck at, too. Like, if you get a really bad golem room, for example, you're just screwed in a lot of cases because of certain things. Because I've gotten such bad golem rooms before where I'm like, oh my god, how am I going to maneuver? Oh, I think I found where I want to put my desert base. I think putting it this close to where the dungeon's gonna be would be nice. Oh, never mind. There's Crimson. God damn it. It's always crimson. It's always the crimson. It's never something cooler. Hey Iris, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, Terraria. Oh yeah, Terraria's fun. I'm finally starting the Bestiary thing. I also know next week I already got the game planned for what's gonna be replacing Ori. And I am quite sure a lot of people will find it interesting because I've never played it. Um, but I'm really excited. Ooh, warding? That's actually really nice. Because I haven't announced it yet because I kind of want it to be a surprise, but it's gonna be another platforming game, that's for sure. Because I've actually grown to love a lot of the platforming games. Oh, bye, Traveling Merchant. I know there's a few games I want to try too. Like, I still need to play Portal. I've never played Portal. What difficulty? Master. You know, normal things. And I would have done Legendary, except for the fact that you can't get every enemy. So it's just like, well, shit. Because otherwise, I'd totally have done Legendary mode for the fun of it. Because I like to make myself suffer sometimes. Why else would I play games like Hollow Knight and Ori? Yeah, I actually didn't mention it last stream. And I mentioned it already once this stream. But yeah, I managed to get all but the 3 achievements for Ori that are beat the game with 1 life, beat the game without spending any spirit light, which includes maps apparently. Um and defeating the spider boss without a hit. And oh dear god, is it hard because I can't focus. Whenever there's a spider boss, it is so hard for me to focus because of my just innate fears that it just makes them like 10 times harder for me. Because it's like that internal creep factor for me. Welcome on in, Caruso. Look, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Am I in modded? Nope. This is just vanilla. But I'm trying to complete the Bestiary because it's one of the few things I have not done in this game. And I have been meaning to do for, God, since 1.4 and the Bestiary first came out, actually. Let's see what I can get. I know I do. I know, earlier in the stream, there was a point, thorium was mentioned. And it's like, God, I haven't played that since, frickin' 1.3 Tmod loader, so it's been so long, I definitely want to go back and play it. Yep, there I go. There's totally stuff down there, though. But yeah, I'd love to play some of the, modded again. Because I know for me, I know some people might find me crazy for saying it, I just, as much as I like Calamity, I never got into it anywhere near as much as I did for Thorium. Like, it's just one of those things where I just found Thorium way better. Especially for my playstyle and what I do. So I just never really had the same connection I did to Calamity. And I look at it now and I'm just like, damn. It's been a long time since I've played Thorium now. Because last time I played Thorium was so long ago at this point that I honestly need to do it again. Have you played Binding of Isaac? Oh yeah, I've 100%ed that game. It was difficult, I will say that, but it was fun. I remember beating that finally. It took me so fucking long. Actually, I have beaten it 3 times over, in fact. Because I'm a crazy person, I guess. I still don't know why I decided to do so. Even to this day. Because, oh dear God. it was extremely painful, actually. I definitely need to, okay, so mob drop, or, no, I'm gonna take the potions out, specifically, as well as the bottles, and the food, so then I can sort, and then I will put these into here. Like, I know either on stream or off stream, I'm gonna sort all of this eventually. Keyword is eventually. Because I need to get, like, the roof in, I need to get some glass in, stuff like that. Let's look at the map now. Oh, look at that. We could put a beach base over here. We can do the snow biome here. So that means over here is the jungle biome. So we can do our, like, our jungle biome base over there. We could end up putting our desert biome base there. I mean, it's just a difficult choice of where we want to put some stuff. Um, I think I'm... No, I want to kind of keep the differences where I can. I don't know. Let's just start with wood, I guess, because that's probably going to be our best option to start. And I'll, like, upgrade it over time to make it look better and stuff with, like, palm wood, for example. That would be nice. Because I like to make good build. I like to, like, build in these types of games, and I always am very self-critical on them because I want to constantly improve where I can because I know I'm not the best at it and I'd love to get better at it. Because even if I'm, like, all right at it, I feel like I can always improve, and it's always fun to learn to improve in these games, especially Terraria. And that's kind of one of the many reasons I want to keep improving in it, is I want to be able to get better at the game. And with my artistic creativity stuff, because I find it really fun. Come on. Get down here! I'm gonna need to farm these for the frickin' eye summoners, because I haven't found a single one yet. Because I'm just unlucky, because normally I find one instantly, or frickin' have to deal with it by now. Which is both nice and also crazy. How long have I been playing Terraria? Um, in terms of today, a little over 2 hours, but in terms of years, I have been playing since the beginning. Like, early Terraria. I know Tmod loader hours didn't count towards the Steam time for either of them originally. And then console time I have spent doesn't count either. So those are kind of separate things. But I have spent so long, like, mind you, just with, like, the recorded hours on Terraria, my hours right now, if I check my Steam, are 1,042.1 hours. At least. And that's just on this version of Terraria, which I got later than some of the other versions. Yeah, I've been playing this game for years. I am crazy in my own ways, and Terraria is just one of those games that I find myself always coming back to. In a good way, too. Because I actually enjoy the game a lot. And I'd love to see... And I'm excited for the new update. I'm excited for the new phase blades. Because the phase blades are getting updated. Oh yeah, Terraria is really fun. It is definitely one of the funnest games, in my opinion, to play for me. Because not only does it get me to think about new creative ideas when it comes to, like, for example, building. but it also makes me think of like, okay, where can I improve on certain things as well with my building? Because I want to improve my building more and more. I really do. Because if I don't, I feel like I'm not improving enough, which is a whole other issue for me. But even then, I still love this game. I love being able to build. I love being able to create. It's why I like this game. It's why I like Minecraft. I like the ideas I can put down on simple things. Like, it's just fun. I think I have at least 25 in total at this point. One of my favorite games for all time. Oh yeah, like, because I know on PS4 slash PS5 I have about give or take 600 hours. On mobile, I know I have like a good like few hundred hours as well. Modded, I have a so mind you, this is counting 1.4 Tmod loader where I have almost 300, where I have 247.1 hours in the since 1.4 Tmod loader. So that's a whole other amount of time. Because I haven't played Thorium since 1.3, but I've played like Calamity and other stuff. And I've been meaning to go back to Thorium and stuff. Like, I played the mod of Redemption and stuff for the first time. I think one of the craziest things was seeing that Spirit mod came back. I was like, oh my good god, I thought that mod was dead. Because I always loved Spirit mod. It was one of my favorite mods back in the day, and I'm glad that it's like that came back and stuff. But I remember a lot of these mods when they first came out too, which says a lot about the stuff I played when I was younger. But I still remember the early versions of Terraria. I remember when the angel statue allowed you to have a double jump. Just, zoom. I remember I did a whole thing. Damn, you guys are crazy. For. Oh yeah, I'm crazy because I have spent years of my life playing this game because this is one of those comfort games for me. Like, this is a game I come back to for comfort a lot. Crazy. Only 450 hours? I mean, it's not much better than any normal person. Like, I've looked at all my friends, for sure. Oh yeah, we're all crazy in our own ways. That's usually a lot of Terraria players I found. As well as a lot of players of certain games. Like, there's always those crazies. And it's usually the people that play them the most. Like, God, if I went into every single thing I did in competitive back in the Gen 5 days, thanks for the follow, Carzo. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. I know that I am enjoying my time today, and I hope you enjoy your time in the labyrinth. God, it's... I still remember back in the Gen 5 VGC days. Oh my god. Because that's when, hazards became less useful. Due to open team sheets and stuff becoming more and more, where you could see the possible lead mon. So it completely, like, screwed with the original meta in a good way. Remember Hydreigon being a threat? Because Hydreigon was just really good back then. And then Fairy types came out and it got absolutely fucked over. Like, there's a... It's honestly kind of crazy looking at it now. God, that was years ago now. Ooh, dragonflies! It's always nice to see dragonflies. But yeah, I remember like a lot of the games I used to play, like there's one game that I will never be able to look at the same. And for some reason, I still don't know to this day, even like before my Grammy passed, she was always good at Risk to a scary extent. Like to a point where like, okay, you have someone who was studying military tactics at the time, my mom. Um, and like how the military actually does their tactics, getting absolutely bodied by my Grammy, who just was nuking us all as if like, and we still don't know how she was able to do it so well. This woman was a heart nurse for years and stuff, like, and even before her death, just would not give up nursing because she had to work for her own sanity. But she was just a monster at Risk. And it's a game I need to play again. I remember that game so well, but oh my god, even to this day it still scares me. Cuz I still don't know how she was so good. I only picked up a few things from her too. And it was always Risk that she would never go easy on anyone. When it came to Monopoly, I'm always have been like one of the better ones in the family at playing Monopoly because I usually think smart, and no one wants to trade with me because they think I'm gonna win, but it's like, I've tried to trade with people in Monopoly to give them the win in my family, but no one trades with me thinking that I'm trying to win. I have purposely tried to make myself lose, and still somehow failed, and I hate that it happens. Because it's like, why? Won't don't need have 400 hours complete 2 achievements. Monopoly's fun, but people start to hate you if you always win. And the thing is, I don't like winning that much either. Like, it's fun to win. Like, I'll admit, it is fun to win and be like, yeah, I'm getting better. I'm doing great. I'm getting some joy out of this. I'm trying new things. Like, yeah, it's fun. But then you get to the point where you're just like, okay, I'm trying to lose here. Can I lose, please? Oh, just like Uno? My grandpa hated Uno. He would always cheat and still lose. And I remember, after his passing, we never got to show him. We found Uno, but there were so many new. It was all wilds, and then there was Uno Flip. If you know the Uno Flip, you know what I'm talking about, or Uno All Wild. When I say, "Oh dear God, it was horrible." Okay, let's see. Anything cool? Wait, isn't this a dev set? You can buy dev sets? When did you get the ability to buy dev sets from him? Oh, whip! I could get a whip. That could be fun. Hi, Scorpions. Yeah, no. No one's around. Test Bob. Create a graveyard for limbs. But yeah, I remember, um, because he hated it so much, but it's funny because he taught me how to gamble at a young age as well, to the point where, like, so for my dad, it started with nickels. For me, it started with quarters, but for my sister, it started with freaking full-on dollars, and I'm like, okay, there's some obvious stuff. Flip, when the card's up two sides, putting flip in the table, and then, yeah, you have to do that. It's so hell. It is hellish, but it is so fun. And then all wilds is insane because you got stuff like a wild that skips everyone's turn. I wish I was shitting you. Or the wild that makes you draw 8. The draw 2 wild. The wild that reverses. Like, it's hell. Some of that stuff is actually insane. I remember one New Year's, my mom and dad and two of their friends who are basically like mom and dad number 2 for me, were playing a game where basically you get cards and you have to vote who's the most likely to do blank. And it gives some pretty dirty ones, but it also gives some really good ones, and it was surprisingly fun. Like I like trying board games and puzzles. God, puzzles. I do puzzles with my mom, for example. It's one of the things we like to do. Um, because we like to do some stuff together at least when we can. So like whenever I have to get like a haircut or something, we schedule our haircuts together so that we can go out to lunch and stuff. But I have played so many board games with her at this point. I have seen so many board games, from Farkle to Sporkle to frickin' Trivia Pursuit and Tripoli. That's another one I remember. God, there's so many different games out there that you just wouldn't expect, or are like, what the frick is that? Like, I think it was like Hungry Snake or something, where like you have to connect snakes of different colors and make it longer and longer until the cards run out, and whoever has the longest set of snakes wins. Then there was Slam Witch. I'm surprised no one got their hand broken, even to this day, from my family. Because holy crap. Holy shit! Because even now it's just like, oh my god. May heal the user on... Holy shit, this is actually really good. I've never gotten to use this because I usually find it so late. God dang it. But yeah, I'd love to play some of those old board games again, and old, because there's some older ones and newer ones too. Not American, but all we had in my childhood is Monopoly, regular cards, and chess. You know, it's funny because Monopoly was supposed to, like, the original origin of Monopoly was supposed to warn about monopolies and not make monopolies, and was supposed to warn about the danger of them. And it was created during the Great Depression type area. And we look at it now and it's a completely different thing. And it's kind of funny, but also ironic at the same time. It really just says a lot about how much has history changed certain things. Like, I'd say one of my favorite words to use, um, in terms of, like, the history of it, is scapegoat. Because I use it quite a bit in D&D, for example, because it's just a good way to describe some of the stuff. And, one of the... I believe the reason it was supposed to be created, if I remember correctly, was it started as a mistranslation, of Azazel in the Bible, because it was loosely translated to escape and goat. So like, or like blame and goat or something, and scapegoat became a thing. And so, yeah, from there we kind of got here. Like, there's so many words like that where like they have weird origins and stuff, or are from completely separate things, and then they just kind of get rounded into something and are like, well, shit. Because I know, like, of course, scapegoat being one of the biggest ones. But there's some that are just like, wait, what? Like, we still don't know, like, where some of the words we use now, like, for example, is one. One that I accidentally use all the time. It's one of those things that you say a lot in, like, unintentionally. Similar to things like, uh, stuff like that. So it's similar to that type of stuff. So here, so it's honestly, it makes you wonder, like, what it started as sometimes. And there's some cool reasons for certain things to exist, too. Like, creations of certain words were created to better describe certain things. Um, Which kind of brings back to one of the original topics of the stream that we talked about was ineffable. It's a very forgotten word in terms of meaning, but it literally means it's basically undescribable by anything that isn't describing what it isn't, basically. Because you can't describe it by anything else other than what it isn't. It's basically what every Cthulhu monster is ineffable. It's kind of cool. When I talk in BC, I always say like since I'm not used to English. Oh, for me, I say like so much unintentionally because I just do. It's one of those things that I say it so much in normal conversation, being where I'm at and like what I was raised with, that it's just like I use it too much. I know I do. I just don't fix that issue because it's like I can't. I've tried. I have tried, that is for sure. Um, but with some of it, it's like, dang, I wish I could fix that issue that I keep doing, but sadly, no. But there are some really cool stuff. I know one of the things that happens a lot if I don't think first and like plan stuff out in my brain, I know I will say mornin' instead of morning because I just always have that internal thing where if I'm talking too fast, and I've gotten better at it, but if I talk too fast and stuff and am not careful, I just... Oh, come on! But it will basically be one of those things where I will accidentally say certain words unintentionally. And when push comes to shove, I will mention certain things in a way more rural accent than I mean to. The best way to, like, kind of read me on stuff like that, because I will speak so rural sometimes. And actually, I'm going to keep this table for later, because I'm going to do this. Yeah, eventually I want to, like, do a bit more with the, other stuff, but I'm lucky. Look at those cuties want to eat you a lot. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I honestly quite enjoy learning about stuff like the ineffable, because it puts into perspective a lot more. Ow. Yeah, this is gonna be what we are gonna have to deal with for a bit. Because I do need to kill some of these too anyway, so that's what sucks. But yeah, I definitely want to learn more about some of this stuff too, but also get better at speaking sometimes. How do we always end up at Vor? I know, right? Every stream, we somehow always end up with Vor as a topic. Or in the game. I mean, even with, frickin' Ori, like, the frickin' birds. Or, for example, frickin' Akami, where we literally were vored by a sea dragon. Like, we always end up at Vor somehow in these streams, and I don't know how or why it always happens to us. It's just kind of a stream staple at this point for Vor to happen as a mention in some form. Crimson Rabbits, I've never seen them before. Oh yeah, they appear, any evil rabbit will appear on a blood moon. So if there's evil rabbits, they will appear. I kinda wanna, like, do something like this, but I can't get out, back in. And then, you know what, that's actually not bad. Because then I can just enemies that come here, I can just boom. Maybe we can get lucky and get a shark tooth necklace. And then if I need to get up, I can get up. Cool. Because, yeah, you can get back through with that hook. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the hook. I always forget about the hook. It's always when I, like, need it that I forget it. It feels like. In any game. It's always when you need something that you forget about its existence. I will say, one thing I do like about some of the games we've played, like Ori, is the movement options. I love stuff like that. It was so fun to use the grappling hook to grapple to enemies and just swing my spirit blade and just go pew 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 pew. Like, that was so fun. Getting some money at least. And actually, good thing about this bat is we actually heal from it. There we go. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Heal. And we also have the campfire, so that helps. Oh, that's the groom. We actually need the groom. Because we need the groom for one of the things. And there's 2 of them? Oh my god. Did you try the game called Until Then? Actually, no, I have not. I've heard about it before. Ow. I just have never played it. Um, there's a lot of games I haven't played that I've heard are good, like The Witness, Firewatch. Um, I've never played Portal. I played Portal 2 co-op only. That's the only form of Portal I have played. Oh, yikes. Thank God I have the help of the merchant here. Groom dead. There we go. Yeah, because we're gonna need to also kill, like, a certain amount of grooms, too, because with the bestiary, as you can see, we don't know what his drops are yet till we kill 50 of them. Yay! Finally, the gay representation. I mean, Terraria's always been pretty, inclusive. I mean, it's had the gender change potion for how long? Something that will ruin your challenge. Is playing with some will ruin challenge because it seems like you suffer a lot and need ranger in your team. Oh, I'm used to suffering in games. I mean, I purposely play on the hardest mode in a lot of cases. Just look at Ori, for example. Like, if you go and watch my Ori series, for example, I personally am okay with suffering. There's one thing I remember, and it's that damn frog chase from Will o' the Wisps. And I know Iris knows what I'm talking about, where it was so, like, unfair in hard mode, because if you messed up once, you were fucked. There was no if, ands, or buts, you were just fucked. It was so bad. For my own sanity, it sucked. But yeah, I definitely want to look at the more difficult games, 'cause I love difficulty in games, even if I'm suffering. Because that's why I like playing certain classes in games. Like, I usually go for Summon class because it's usually the most broken when you can learn how to use it. But it's also, like, usually the hardest for people. And that's one of the many reasons I like playing Summoner in a lot of games. Bonk, 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 bonk. Because there's a lot of games I love, like, playing those types of characters in. I know one example is, like, Trove, for example. If you know what Trove is, my main is the summoner character that summons the undead skeletons and stuff. And I think that dates me, the fact that I remember when, like, I remember the old Trove and stuff, and I haven't played that in so long. I wonder what's happened in Trove since I last played. Because if I remember correctly, when I last played, like, those dragons were pretty new, as well as mounts. Oof. Fortune and Glory Kid, right? I remember when found RL Craft Minecraft mod pack always had hardcore, and oh my lord. Yeah, RL Craft is one of the, like, I don't play hardcore usually because I know I'm gonna die a lot. Because I know I suck at games. And I will admit that. I will admit I am not the best at games. But I still love to play them. Hardcore is just my least favorite to play because I actually like having a chance. Because I know I wouldn't have a chance otherwise. I know where my limits are. But yeah, I'd totally, if I don't know how my PC would handle it, but I'd totally try RL Craft one day. I've never played RL Craft really, as much as I've wanted to. I just never got to it. So that could be a fun one. Like, oh my gosh, because there's some mods I want to do and stuff. Like, I think it'd be fun to do stuff like Stone Block, for example. I love those types of things that give you like a challenge that is more unique and makes you think on your heat on like your toes of like, so how am I gonna beat this? I got an idea. And you can basically use that to your advantage. I love stuff like that. Uh, oh boy, don't you just love spider biomes? I hate spiders in games, and it takes me so long to get used to them for my own sanity because I have a crippling arachnophobia fear. Ow. Nah, casually mining Color. Here you go. Some mob that will insta-kill with that armor. Love dying and starting from scratch in game's kind of boring for some reason. For me, I usually find fun in the end game with stuff like that because I love to build and I like to try new things. Like, I will say the most boring end game would be Ori's Will of the Wisp after I got 100%. Because there was nothing I could do. Like I had upgraded all the shards, gotten all the weapons. I had beat the game and it was a but nonetheless it was still a worthwhile game. I just like there are some games that are better with past 100% than others. Like Phasmophobia, for example. Once you get past 100%, there's still stuff you can do. I haven't played Phasmophobia in so long since before it even had achievements was the last time I played it. You know, I could actually check my Steam. Um, when was the last time I played Phasmophobia? 2020. December 2020 was the last time I played Phasmophobia. Like, that is the last time I played that game. Jeez. But yeah, I like starting from scratch in a lot of these games. And I like the challenge that some of them pose. It's why I like games like Hollow Knight. Like, I love Metroidvanias. I love puzzle games. I love platformers. For Phasmo, it now upgrades your stuff the more you play it. Really? God, it's been so long, I really don't know how much has changed. God, I remember when Prison was first added. Oh my god. I mean, I've kept like, I see a bit of Phasmo, I just don't watch it much. But I'll still, like, watch it here and there, like, um... what's the name of the guy I watch sometimes do it? He plays a lot of horror games. It's like, I... It's like IYSM or something like that, I think. Another one I've seen a bit of and haven't really seen since is Mortuary Assistant. I love horror games. I love horror and stuff like that. There's levels and items now. Prison school, running from the ghost for 10 minutes is fun. Oh yeah, I remember like prison, I remember school, I remember some of those. Is that a chain knife? So, I know I've mentioned it before about the one player who plays a blood hunter, how they use chain knives. Um, she still needs to pick her feet. She has yet to pick the feet for her level up that she wanted. So, yay. But, um, I was talking to her about what she wants to do with her chain knife upgrades, and we've decided to kind of lock it behind certain things. So, like, the more connected to the past life stuff she gets into the Ghost Slayer stuff, um, it will allow her to do more with her chain knives. So that's going to be pretty fun. So it's kind of one of those things where you need, like, better connection and stuff to actually get better, um, just better use out of some of the stuff. Plus, this is a really fast weapon. Granny is one of the overrated horror game before. Oh, I've heard about it, and I just never played it because it just never sounded good to me. I will say, there's one thing that I still am in awe about, and it's Roblox horror games. The amount of them that are just absolutely insane for no good reason, other than just being crazy, is insane to me. Like, of all the games, Roblox is like the last one I'd expect to have such, like, those crazy type of games in it. And like, I've played Roblox before, I'll admit it. I've fuck. Also, yes, I called it bestial purposely. I There's no other reason other than just the joke. I purposely did it for the joke. And I think that says enough about me as a person. Oh yeah, I forgot to put my platinum sword away. But yeah, I will say some of the stuff I've seen on Roblox, like Doors, for example, was insane. And you gotta give credit where credit's due for some of those creators. I could see them becoming insane game devs one day. Another one is Minecraft's really been getting some of the horror elements again, with like the Warden. Dear God, my heart races every time I hear that terrifying sound of the Skulk Shrieker. Like, I'm glad that they're reaching some of their roots with some of the games like that. Because I think it's one of those things that a lot of games forget about. Is, like, the true roots of their game and how useful it can be for some of the stuff they may not realize about the game. Like, Terraria has always been different to Minecraft, no matter how much people want to call it a Minecraft clone. Same thing with Ori and Hollow Knight. They're never, like, it's the same type of thing. But yeah, I've seen so much good from the games at this point. They're completely different, and it's nice to see how much effort goes into making some of these differences and changes. Because of all the game dev teams, I don't think any of them have gotten close to how much Relogic is willing to do for their game because of how much they care about their game and community. Oh yeah, Doors is actually surprisingly scary. And I like that about it. I like that it is able to truly become scary despite its limitations. And I love that about the games like that. Because when a game can truly defy your expectations like that, I think that's really cool, and it really shows a lot about the game. Because there's a lot of games where really just fit my expectations in a negative way. But then there's games that completely outtake it and run with it beyond what I'd ever believe at first, and I love that. I love being proven wrong by games like that, proven wrong about like it being not as good or similar. Ow. Ooh, mushroom biome. Of course I hit more lava. Why wouldn't I? A Microsoft thing, it feels like they don't push as much attention to it. Exactly. Because ever since Microsoft took over Minecraft, for example, we've seen the favoritism towards Bedrock because they make way more money off Bedrock. And that's part of Microsoft's issue. And I know that Mojang is trying their damnedest with what they have. And a lot of people forget about the updates. It's like, a lot of the updates have been also adding things to make it easier to update. And we've noticed this now in the Tricky Trials update, for example, and the Wolf update and stuff. They didn't count the Wolf update as an update, they just called it a release. But the Tricky Trials update was a whole different thing, and it was huge for a lot of stuff. I mean, they made map creation so much easier. Like, if you actually look at some of the stuff, map creation has gotten easier. You can now do stuff like make things edible that aren't edible, or things mine certain blocks that they normally wouldn't mine. They've done so much at this point that it's just behind the scenes that most players don't use, but is so unnoticed by anyone outside of that sphere. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. And they've also been doing things to make development easier for them. Because developing a game and modding a game is two separate things. And it's hard to fully understand that sometimes until you've done it yourself. And even then, with mods, they focus on one thing. But with the devs of the game, they have to focus on, okay, what's going to make the most people happy? What's going to fit with the lore? What's going to do best for this? What's going to work best for our game, etc. And then they also have to answer to the higher-ups, which does not make it any easier for them. And I've seen people forget about that too, and then, like, the Mojang devs don't deserve some of the stuff they get. Because I have seen some of the stuff mentioned, and it's just like, bro. Because, I mean, the creator of the Aether mod was really young when he created it, and now he's on the Minecraft team. Oh yeah, the Warden update was insane. Like, I feel like the trick, and even then, the Wild update was split because of COVID. And it got to a point, like, and I know they mentioned it on the thing, it got to a point where members of the Minecraft team were working overtime and not giving themselves breaks and burning themselves dry. Which, I think anyone can agree, is nowhere near healthy. And the fact that they were doing that in the first place shows how much they actually care. Because, think about it, a lot of the Mojang devs, too, coming in, are Minecraft fans. Or people who have played it for years. And they're adding stuff they've wanted to see in the game, too. And I think that's a very forgotten part about it, is they're all still people who have their own loves of the game, but there's also a lot who have played the games like us. I mean, I know one of the biggest things is Agnes. A lot of people forget that Agnes doesn't work on the development as much as someone like Jeb. But Agnes is also the one who does some of the voice line stuff for, like, llamas, and also, like, researches stuff. I mean, they've even shown clips and stuff of it, too. And I think that says a lot about how much work they're willing to put in, when they're willing to go and actually study some of these animals for it. And, like, old Minecraft's good and all, I'll admit it, but new Minecraft is so much better. One thing that I will never understand is people who say, oh, 1.12 is better than 1.13, because I'm like, did the aquatic update, like, do you just hate swimming in Minecraft? Like, do you just like the old Minecraft swimming? Like, that's my first thought every time I hear that. Because, oh my god, I hate the old Minecraft swimming. I hate it so much. And I'm so glad it got fixed back then, too. And the new updates have also been better for modders, too. Since, like, the Wild update has been one of the better ones for modders since 1.12, which says a lot. And I'm really glad that modders are getting more access to... Again? Bro! This is the second time! The redstone too, it's... Oh yeah, it's become easier. I will say my biggest gripe with the redstone is the fact that the copper bulb was changed to, from odd to even ticks to quote-unquote fit in with the rest of the redstone, but it's like, in all reality, there, it's obvious why they did it, because fun fact about Bedrock, it does not have odd ticks. It goes 2, 4, 6, 8. So observers aren't instant in that compared to in Java. And that's something I wish they would fix about Bedrock Redstone. For new swimming update, we were, at least we used... Oh my god, yeah, we really did. That swimming update was heaven for a lot of people, including me. I know I've always loved exploration in Minecraft, and I want to see them do more with it. And ever since that update, it has made swimming so much nicer. Hell, one of the things a lot of people forget is, did you know the Stronghold hasn't been updated since 2011? Oh yeah, Bedrock and Java are a lot different, but we know Mojang wants to make take the steps to make them more similar. They've even mentioned it. Will it happen overnight? No. It's gonna take a long time. But they're starting. I mean, they're gonna take one of the Bedrock features they've been working on for Java is the ability to make it so Fire Aspect can light campfires. Isn't that awesome? Like, that is such a small but cool feature because it not only lights campfires, but it also lights candles. Meaning that you can use Fire Aspect instead of a flint and steel. And I love that. I think it adds such a small but useful thing that is so overlooked. Like, I'm such a fan of that type of stuff. Water. Remember to stay hydrated. But another one. Now that they've been getting a lot more of those systems into place, we're gonna see more. I would not be surprised if the next update, if they did something with some of the old structures like the Stronghold, the Jungle Temple. Because the Jungle Temple is newer than the Stronghold, if I remember correctly. And I think that says a lot. Because even the End update didn't update the Stronghold to the same extent. We've had the same Stronghold for that long. Bedrock amount of lag, I'd make my job in my normal life without dying because the game thought I jumped to the void. Yeah, and that's another thing. Bedrock is just so glitchy. Like, we've even seen it with some of the stuff. Like, people will just randomly die for no reason while they're doing shit in Bedrock. For some godforsaken reason. It's like, if you move too much in Bedrock, good luck surviving. I love Minecraft. I really do. But it has its issues. I'd love for Java to add potions and cauldrons. Hell, they still haven't given a use to the fletching table. And I still think it'd be cool if, like, for the fletching table, they made it so, like, if you make tipped arrows there, instead of giving you 8, it gives you, like, 10 instead. So it's actually worth doing it. Or you don't need, Dragon's Breath to do it. Stuff like that would be so much nicer, and could be added in the updates. But we haven't really seen a lot of that, sadly, but I'd love to see more of that type of stuff. Because I feel like, of all things, that the end, the stronghold, like stuff like that, need updating. But so do some of the blocks and stuff. I mean, I know the creeper's design will never change. Neither will its texture. It probably will never change anytime soon. Because it's just so classic at this point, and it's basically the face of Minecraft. Literally, it is the face of Minecraft. And I feel like, of all things, the creeper would be the least likely to get updated. And I know some people are like, I want the creeper updated. It's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. And I hate to burst your bubble, but it ain't gonna happen. I'm thinking realistically here. It is the face of Minecraft. Why would they update it? And even if they were to update the texture, I have a feeling a lot of people would want them to roll it back. Oh yeah, the creepers always jump scare me. Like, you can even look back, like, for example, like, on my VOD's channel, there's so many, like, I've thought about going through some of those Minecraft videos and, like, finding points to kind of pull out from the streams of every time I have been jump scared by an enemy, because, oh my god. Buff explosion, but, oh yeah. Like, I really hope they add more heads for mobs as well. I'd love to see more types of mob heads, in all honesty. I feel like that would be a fun one. Because with more types of mob heads, think of what we could do with that. Because now that jukeboxes allow you to play mob sounds through the heads, I'd love to be able to fuck with people with that. It'd be so hilarious. Just, it's the middle of the night and all you hear is meow. Because I already have used the dragon head to absolutely make my friends piss their pants. Like, there's so many possibilities. And I think that could be really fun. They do? Yeah, they do. If you put, like, a note block and then a mob head, it will make the sound. The only one that does not work is the player head. So, like, piglin heads, they will make the piglin sound. The dragon head is so loud sometimes. And it's so funny. Because it's like, ah, what a nice... And it's just so dumb, but it's so fun. Like, I've used the creeper one to absolutely scare the living shit out of my friends. Because not only will it do, like, the, passive, it will also do as if it's gonna explode. Yeah, it's like one of those little features you don't notice unless you're, like, really into some of that stuff like me, who loves, like, the redstone aspects, etc. Or, like, the building aspects. One of the things you can do, in building, that you've been able to do for a while now is slash, set. I believe it is. No, it's, place block, I believe. Set block. That's what it is. And if you set block, like, a tall flower, like sunflower or rose bush, it will actually put the lower part, which is great. And I've been using it a lot for my, frickin' botanical garden build that I've been doing in my, as a free project for myself for, like, years now. But there's so many things they have added that people have just not noticed, too. Because most people don't notice those types of updates. Oh my god, that's Pinky. Pinky, run. I am so worried about Pinky. But, like, I'd love to see more of the cool stuff like that. And I feel like we've seen a lot more, too, now, recently. Um, one of the things, for example, that we've seen, we have actually seen some updates to old achievements and stuff. We've seen more advancements. In all honesty, I actually quite like the Twitch cape they added, for the 15th anniversary. I just like the purple cape. But another thing, we've seen them upgrade all these different, commands and, like, command block stuff. If you look in, like, the code and stuff, what they've mentioned. And while on the surface it may seem like, oh, wow, they didn't add much, they added a lot more. Things to make it easier for them. Things to make it so map creators have easier times. Stuff like that. And I find that so cool. But I feel like comparing Minecraft and Terraria is like comparing apples to oranges. Like, they're both survival sandbox games. But Terraria has such a vastly different, like, thing. Like, they're both fruit, but they both taste different. They both work differently. They both have different mechanics. And that's one of the things that has always annoyed me. Whenever someone's like, oh, it's just 2D Minecraft. I have seen that so many times at this point, it just annoys me. Because it's like, get new shit. But I don't really know any other devs that, like, any dev team like Relogic that is that passionate to such an extent about their fan base that they just completely will go crazy with their updates. Hell, I mean, we've only heard a few of the boss tracks, for the new boss tracks for the next update, and that's King Slime, Eater of Worlds, and the Twins, I believe, are the only ones we've actually heard. And it's so cool. Like, every boss getting their own theme is cool. I'd love if Minecraft added more bosses, personally. More things to explore would be awesome. Ow. Slimy boy is cute. Yeah, the slimes in this game are really cute. But yeah, I want Minecraft to add more cool stuff, like more bosses and stuff. Because the only two that truly count as bosses are the Ender Dragon and the Wither. And let's say you count the Elder Guardian and Warden. The Warden has been mentioned, it's not meant to be killed. So it's just kind of like, well, shit. Ooh, that's a good helmet. But I'd love to see them do more with that. I feel like there's a lot they could do with it if they put in the time. And I know that Mojang can and will put in the time, but they are also careful about what they do. Sometimes a bit too careful, in my opinion, but I get it. But I know that, like, of all of the different games, different dev teams, Terraria is one I can rely on to just be there in so many different ways. And Minecraft is always there as a just, I can finally just relax and take time, build, and not have to worry. Every game has its strong point, and that's the strong point for those games. I will say, I loved the Ori games. The first game was nowhere near as good as the second, but it was still good. Warden is the only thing that can really get you, even the Wither doesn't do much. I mean, I wish they made the Wither in Java like the Wither in frickin' Bedrock, because the Wither in Bedrock is a whole nother level. Bedrock Wither is terrifying. And if you've never seen Bedrock Wither, I implore you to go and take a look. Because, oh my good god. The Bedrock Wither is one of those where you see it and you're like, okay, it can't be that bad. Ooh, demonic. I love Summoner in this game. Now I can get rid of these, and we can figure out a place to do our graveyard biome. Because I do need to fight the Old One's army a few times too, so we're going to have to flatten out this land anyway. So I think what I'm going to do is start cutting down some trees. But, there's a lot of cool stuff, in my opinion, that I'd love to see more of in Minecraft and Terraria. And I'm glad that we're starting to see Minecraft do more. I know I get why they wouldn't want the armadillos to drop scoots, but I also am like, I'm surprised they didn't make it so they can. But it also makes sense. I mean, they drop it naturally, too. That's a good part. But I'd love to see more stuff like that. Stuff that makes you think, stuff that does stuff to make you go, okay, what can I do for this or that? I love that type of stuff. I like when games get you to think. Oh, I see a chest down there. Ah! There we go. We're alive. But yeah, I want to try more of those types of games one day. I think it would be fun. What's the worst that happens? Okay, let's grab some dirt and let's start flattening this area out so we can actually do better. Because I know eventually I'm going to have to go through there. I'm going to have to clear out the Crimson. For my own sake. Yeah, because I want to go back to some of the games I've played more. Like, Ori is a game I go back to quite a bit now. It's going to be a game I go back to quite a bit. Minecraft's a game I go back to. Terraria is a game I go back to. Like, it's been that way for a long time. I love when there are games like that that you can go back to, and it's still fun. That's why I like games like Terraria. The movement and abilities in Will-o'-the-Wisps for Ori is another reason I like to go back to it. It just has so many possibilities that it makes it fun. And that's what I like about it. I feel like a lot of... Ooh, Die Trader! I feel like a lot of games could learn from that type of thing, too. Because... imagine how much more we'd learn about some of the stuff if we actually did more for the games. I'd love to see more cool games like that. Games where, even if it's just one person creating them, where it's just cool. And it makes you think. It has cool thoughts behind it. I love that stuff. It's why I want to play games like Portal. It's why I like puzzle games and platformers. Ever heard of Magnesite? No, I have never heard of it. I know for me, I want to try so many different games. And I'll, like, admit faults in games. I will admit the faults of, like, Ori, Blind Forest. I'll admit the faults of games like Minecraft. I know where the faults are. And I am not afraid to admit that they aren't perfect. And so, if it's a game I don't enjoy, I'll admit it, but I'm always excited to try new games like that. So one of those things that's one of the reasons I even made the recommended channel in Discord. Is so people could recommend games that I could look at. And I basically put them into categories, and then I'm like, okay, this is the most likely, this is the least likely, this is what interests me the most, this is what interests me the least, but I still try it one day, most likely. And it really gets me to start looking at things differently and try new ideas. And I like that. Because if I only kept myself to one set of games, it would be boring. For everyone, including me, honestly. And doesn't mean I don't go back to some of those games. It's why I love Terraria. It's why I love Minecraft. It's why I love Stardew. But it's nice to try new games and find what might be new favorites. It's how I found Ori. And honestly, I am glad I found Ori. Because I know for a while I thought of it as a Hollow Knight ripoff because that's all I really heard about it. But it was actually like a really fun game. Because I just decided to give it the chance and try it. Old game from 2014. Interesting. I'll definitely try to look into it if I can remember. 50/50 I remember knowing me. Because I will get so distracted by stuff sometimes, I will forget I'm doing things. Like, I'll walk into the kitchen and forget why I was there, and then walk back out and be like, oh my god, I forgot to turn the stove off. Type forgetful. That's the type of... I get way too forgetful sometimes. And I know it's because I get distracted. I am very much ADHD to extents that are very detrimental. But I found ways to get better at remembering stuff. It's why I make lists. It's why I have like a list of all the games that have been recommended and stuff. Which ones I... It's like, if I didn't have a list, I would forget. I know I would. Oh, I did it! I fucking did it. Dang it, I missed. Oh my god. I will say, though, like, there are some games I will come back to eventually. Like, for updates. Like, Dredge. Even though we've 100% of the game, there's a DLC coming out. Meaning, there's gonna be more to do. The DLC comes out in August, I believe? Ow. And I'd love to play that, because it's cool. Yeah, like, I am very forgetful as a person with certain things. It's only made worse when you're the dungeon master. So you're just like, oh shit, I forgot about insert important thing. Oops. That's why I have to write down notes for myself a lot. Even if I don't look like I'm doing it, sometimes I actually am. Like, I know, with Ori, for example, it was the game that finally destroyed my mouse that was, like, that I've had since way back when I got my first laptop, way back in, it, it was about 10 years ago, basically. And it finally was starting, and I still have the mouse right here. And it is not the quietest mouse. And it's also not the best. The rubber is falling apart, but it still works. I don't use it anymore because I got a new mouse now. Oh, hi, Pinky! And I love my new mouse. And I also got a mouse pad now because I didn't used to use a mouse pad. Hell, I even started on my, art tablet slash laptop. It's when I started my streaming was on that, and now I'm here with like a full-on PC, and it's kind of crazy because I remember doing some of that stuff, and I'm like, oh my god. But then, like, I'll forget some of the basic stuff I need. Like, I'll remember some of the craziest shit sometimes, like, oh, you remember that one time you accidentally said this to your teacher? Oh, yay. Thanks, brain. The brain just loves to fuck with you. It just feels that way. I mean, I think my psychology teacher put it the best for college, when I was in, doing college. and it is, the brain is a cruel trickster sometimes. It is both one of the most interesting and annoying things in the world. And you know what? I can agree with that. I can very well agree with that. Because it's very much true. It is a cruel and unusual thing, but it exists. I'm just gonna add, like, actually, no, I need to save up. I need to make more, like, space. Where's my chest? Might as well start the chest room stuff. I need this. And then I need a bunch. There we go. When you're doing something and forget. Yeah, it happens. Like, when you're doing something and you forget, it just sucks. And I know I read that already. God dang it. I I do that so often where it's like, I read it and I'm like, wait, I already read that. That's another thing I do a lot. Like, once you start doing something enough, you start to notice every time you do it. And you're just like, God fucking damn it. And ever since that point, you're just like, God, I don't want to do it again, but I did it again. And it gets so awkward. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this go out like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I want this kind of thicker foundation here. But I'm basically going to use this as my chest room. And I'm going to do something to... So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm 1 off. Okay. I shall do that real quick. But I want to try some of the stuff I've learned about these different things. But it's also difficult. And I sometimes have no clue what I'm talking about, and other times I do. Like, my brain's just like, what are you talking about? Just like midway through sentence. That's another thing. And I know it's a very ADHD thing. You know, another thing that I've always found interesting is um the fact that having glasses is in fact classed as a disability, but it's just one disability that has its own thing that gets commonly removed from the disability list as noticeable disabilities because a lot of people forget about it. It just makes you think about a lot of the stuff that people forget about. Like, there's a good chance that you miss something super easy or super difficult just because of stuff like that. Where, oh, wow, this is blank, or wow, I never expected blank. And it really throws a lot of people off guard when you can actually notice that stuff. Technically a disability, not socially considered one. Exactly. Because socially, certain things are considered disabilities compared to others, and having glasses is still a disability, even if it's not socially considered one. And I find that to be really interesting. Because it opens up a whole new lens to what socially is considered certain things compared to others. And I love learning about stuff like that. I think it teaches you a lot about the different things that just affect what is considered a thing or a disability or what's considered what overall. And I find that so cool. I love learning about that stuff. It's why I like learning. about all these different things because I like to learn about these different viewpoints and these different thoughts, and I feel like it really opens up your eyes to a whole new side of people when you get to learn more. Um, Colorblind is technically a disability. It does bar me from working a couple jobs, but affects me so little in life that I don't consider myself disabled from it. Exactly. It's like there are some that are just simple like that and don't have as much of effect as something like, um, for example, depression is a disability. A lot of people just completely forget is a true like dangerous disability, or like anxiety, stuff like that are mental disabilities, but they still can have huge effects. Have glass and is sucks in the Philippines. When you have glass, they think you're a genius. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I am one of those people who like I don't stick to that type of stuff usually. I am very like careful about my looks, especially nowadays. And I used to hate having glasses, but now I just don't care enough. Um, I'm gonna make this graves slash statues. Statues, graves. And Automod strikes again. Let let people with glasses be moron. I accidentally just took 3 screenshots. Oops. I meant to press backspace. What sucks is my screenshot button also closes down certain games, so I can't use it the same, and I hate it. Wiring slash traps. I'll probably delete those screenshots later, but yeah, that happens sometimes. But yeah, I feel like it's one of those things that's forgotten about a lot. So, dirt, mud, stone. So this is going to be dirt, mud, stone. I know, crazy. Loot all. God damn it. But yeah, I love learning about the different types of things like that. I think it's an underrated part of it. Mud. I wish I could add clay. Oh, I can. I'll add clay then. Dirt, mud, stone, clay, because we can stack a lot higher, so... Sands, snows... So, like, sand, snows, extractables, um, gravity B. Gravity B, so gravity blocks, so... No, that wouldn't fit. God dang it. Sand, snow, extract. I'll know what that means. Because that's stuff that can be extracted. Hey, Nitty Kid. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Um, okay, so bricks. I think that fits well in there. I could put sandstone in here. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm actually glad that it's Thursday because it means that we're getting near the end of the week. ARG is? Oh yeah, I know what an ARG is. I've seen so many ARGs, and I've actually thought about, like, trying one eventually, and I think that'd be fun. I'm gonna make this walls slash platform. Want to solve yours? I mean, definitely not on stream. That would be weird, for sure. But okay, wood. Um, I'll just make this wood because there's multiple wood types. I mean, but it would be fun to try. I'm not gonna do it on stream. I know that, because that's just one of the things I always get nervous about doing certain stuff on stream. It'd be fun on stream. I mean, nah, not right now, honestly. Okay, so I need silk, cobweb. God damn, I forgot to put the slash. Cob, silk, web, um, rope, silk web, rope, um, shell. Things that are just random and for some reason fit in this chest. Because I want to, like, get this fully cleaned out and fixed. Yeah, because I know I'm someone who, like, as much as I like the idea of ARGs, I just never have gotten into them for my own reasons. Okay, so this I want to be plants slash, so just plants. So boom, 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 boom. Quick stack. Boom, 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 boom. And then we got seeds slash critters. And then we can put those in here. I mean, gem corn and acorns are basically seeds. So I'll put them in here for now. Then we need mob drops. One. You know, I'll just do mob drops for now, and if we need more, we'll do more. Um, um, then I'll make this potions. And then lighting. So torches slash arena. So torches, arena stuff like that. Potions. I mean, to see someone solve something live is nice and all, but no matter what, you can't really force any of that. And that's just part of it. Okay, so potion, potion, potion. And for now, I'll put the food in there too. But yeah, I've spent my fair share of time doing stuff. And I kind of learned to understand a lot more of that. So, you know, I'll do wood's fine by itself. So I need furniture. And then I need some wood real quick. Minerals. And then, first time in a while I've had to do this. And then I need vanity. Armor. Yeah, that's a lot. So vanity, that would be stuff like this. Armor is boop, 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 boop. I thought I had more of that stuff, but I guess not. Yeah, this is the stuff I do to sort. I want to make sure everything is nice and sorted. Uh-oh, nope. And then I'm going to make this Weapons. Weapon, 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 technically weapon. Actually, no, I'm gonna put that in a different thing. And then tools slash ammo. There we go. Lots of stuff like that. Oh, there is a weapon here. And then over here, accessory. I don't care if I spell it right or not right now. Furniture slash decor. Put this in here. Put this in weapons. But yeah, I've definitely tried a few different things. I remember the Gravity Falls ARG. God, that was so long ago now. In case anyone remembers it. There we go. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. I need to get a pylon over there. I need to put some sunflowers over there, actually. Let's get 2 sunflowers. That should be enough. Because sunflowers are just useful for not only reducing spawns, but it also stops the crimson from spreading over them. Doesn't stop them from spreading under, but it's still something. And it also makes spawn rates reduced, so... my hope here... Ow. Ow. Oh yeah, I forgot to fill that in because the slime. I'll just do it. Damn. Because the hardest part is this first part, just getting everything set up, etc. Ooh, some clay. I will take that. Actually, let's, I will say, lots of good summons in this game. Yeah, because here's what I want to do. I want to basically... and what I'm going to do from there is I'm going to try and do a little bit of finagling by going down this way. Because I want to make it so they don't become as big of an issue. And we'll just have to kind of see. Because no matter what, that V is always going to be formed when we're in hard mode. Oh god, I hate the sound of the face monsters. There we go. Well, I hope you sleep well. I'm gonna be here. There we go. I wonder. Can I? Yes. And this is why the chain knife is useful. And my whole plan with this is basically, as you can kind of see, that should help a little bit, at least early on. And I'll do more when we get to hard mode, but I want to make sure I can get things, like, ready and set out, because now that we have things sorted better, we can definitely get better stuff. Like, I will take silver leggings over what I got. And honestly, this is just better than my cactus shirt because of the mining increase. Um, I want to visit the desert and hopefully, if I'm lucky, get some of the desert stuff, like a bass statue would be pretty good because that extra defense is always useful. Um, I fucking did that on purpose. That's the only way I can really explain that to myself is I accidentally did that on purpose. I was purposely going, and I didn't think. Oh my god. That's how it felt. I felt like I purposely did that to myself. And I know I didn't purposely do it, but it felt like I purposely did that to myself. And I hate that that happened, but yeah, cuz I have since I have the grapple, I can do this at least. So that's something. But at least we can get like the start of something. Because I know if it's high up enough, we don't need to worry about the old one's army stuff. Decide to kiss Earth, no shame. That's fair. Yeah, in real life, like IRL, I am very much a victim to physics, just like in this game. I am a very easy victim to physics. Because I suck when it comes to not being clumsy. Okay. Because now that we're getting, like, our, platform going, we'll have, like, a nice long platform, and I can just whump and grab on. Um, yeah, because I want to make sure we don't run out of platform either, so... I'm basically gonna try and make it, like, every so often, eventually. Can I make a platinum crown? No, I don't have any rubies. If I can, I'd totally make a platinum crown and try and fight King Slime. Because that would be the first boss off the list. But I don't think we're gonna get so lucky. Sadly. Actually, don't we have gravitation potions? Didn't I have one? Yeah, I have 3 of them. Let's go look for a Sky Island. Whee! 1. I always do this when I'm looking for Sky Islands because it's always, like, the best. And plus, I can do this. One of the useful things about the umbrella. Bye, Harpy. Bye, Harpy. Because you get to cover a lot more land. Oh, look! A Sky Island! It's a lake. God dang it. And I can always do this. And I don't need to worry as much about harpies, but... doesn't make it any more fun. I watched that spawn. Jeez. Yeah, look at this. We're clearing a lot of land with this. So maybe we'll actually find something useful. I think the one thing I would really love more than anything, other than a horseshoe and a red balloon, would be wings. If I could get lucky enough to get the fledgling wings, don't need to worry about, we're birds. Bonk. Exactly. That's my luck in a nutshell. And the thing is, the only issue with this way is, as you can see, I miss a huge chunk, though. So it's at the cost of another huge chunk, basically. So I think it's better to do this for more, like, total map check. Boom, 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 boom. Because I'd love to get stuff. Like, a Star Fury would be pretty good. Um, Celestial Magnet would be alright, but not the best. Um, because there's some good stuff in the sky overall. I also love the song for space because they also added the console stuff. So that's nice, having like some of the console sounds as natural parts of the music. Oop, Sky Island. A fucking course, the one I didn't want. I mean, I'll still take that. Boop, 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 boop. Ba-da-bo. The gravitation potion is so good. Plus, it's nice that we actually get to... Oh god, one that's gonna really suck is Dr. Bones. Getting Dr. Bones is gonna suck so much. Because that's a really rare spawn in the jungle. And I'd need to get 50 of them. Star Fury! Murderous! I mean, the Bat does more. But I feel like it's worth it, nonetheless. Because I like the chain knife, but I also... Actually, I might end up replacing the chain knives. Now that we got the Star Fury, because I always forget how fast the Star Fury is. But yeah, oh my god, I just looked at my HP. Dear god. That could have been very bad. We're at the ocean. Nice. Bup, 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 ba-da-bup, bup, bup. Whoa. Ba-da-bup, bup. High pitch. I've never seen... I actually like that there's so many, like, new paintings. I think it's cool. I think I just heard someone... I think I just heard one of the people that, live in the same house as me. I think I just heard someone fall. And it very well could have been one of them tripping over a Eye of the Sun? I have never seen that before. And that looks sick. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. I've actually never seen this. Oh, that looks sick. I'm actually really excited to use it. Regen potion. I can turn this into an Aether thing if I really want. We need to find the Aether, and if I remember, it's always on the jungle side. So we'll need to go to the jungle side beach if we want to get the shimmer. And we'll just need to look for the shimmer somewhere between like the beach and jungle area. Oh, it's a lake. Nice. Oh my god, another lake. How new. How fancy. Oh boy. Here we go laking again. Water the chances. Ha 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 ha. Sorry for the bad. Are you a bundle of balloons kind of person? Oh, if I ever can get the bundle of balloons, I actually like using it because I think it's really cool. And now that you can make them a... Ow. But now that you can make them a bundle of horseshoe balloons, it's so much better. Because originally you couldn't. But I'm glad that a bundle of horseshoe balloons is now a thing. Because that's one of the things I've always really, like, liked. Oh, that's sick. I know where I'm putting this. Oh no, it's 3 wide. Why? It's always... It always has to be 3 wide when it's cool. Furniture and decor. Cloud blocks. Ooh. You know what? Brick slash cloud. Boom. Accessories. And then I can... Boom. And then I can have another one for accessories. God, look at that jump. So nice. Bix and clouds, what a combo. Exactly. Bricks. God, it's already that time again. Where I, just remember, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. If you're not already a part of it, exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Maybe you can make some new friends on the Discord. Who's to say? Also, if you want to see any of the other series, exclamation mark YouTube, where we have all the VODs on the VODs channel, which come out every Tuesday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, a few other smaller things. Tomorrow, like normal, we got Stardew. One of the days coming up, I'm trying to remember what day, let me check my calendar. I know something is happening. Is it next week? No. There is a week coming up, and I need to I'll find it after stream. That I have something planned, and that will be an interesting one. Other than that, and the loud-ass plane that's flying above my house all of a sudden, I hope you all have wonderful days. Just remember to stay awesome, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, chat.